714-774-9898. Text PROTECT to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug, Rhino, front office, Los. This is the Morning Extra on the air until 10. Nobody likes Tuesday. We're going to make the best of it. And I'm glad that you're here. 404-741-1230. I was flipping through last night and stumbled on MSNBC. There was a former CIA officer on there, and he said about Trump's threats that there would be a bloodbath. He said the fact is now this is the new norm, deeply troubling. Members of the GOP should call Trump out when he uses this rhetoric, but it's not the case. They're just too scared to. This is a former CIA officer. Yeah. That's a man that's running or part of one of the biggest law enforcement agencies in the country, the world.
How about we call out the people who take things out of context and then make someone out to be someone they're not, that they continue to do. And the 51 CIA agents that decided to sign on false information against Donald Trump, I don't believe a word you say. It's irrelevant to me what anybody from the CIA, FBI, or any three-letter government agency has to say at this point.
Well, the good news is you had a large amount, more than I even expected, of Americans who basically said, that's not what he said.
Nothing burger.
And so you have this entire media push, and it was like a big haymaker that was thrown and never landed.
That's right.
And so now it's turned into, did you see what he said? Can you imagine? Look at how horrible this person is. And a majority of the Americans are doing the, I listened to the whole audio, and it didn't really hit that way. I mean, you have to be a low information person in order to buy into this. And that's all they're trying to appeal to.
No, that's right. It's exactly right. But it doesn't sit well in my gut when somebody from the CIA or a former CIA agent comes on as an expert and then...
Well, whose side are they on?
But see, that's the thing.
Who are they trying to... What are they trying to survive?
Exactly. But that's the frightening part, right? That they're not on our side. They're not on the side of everyday Americans.
They're on their own side.
They're on their own side, Los. It's exactly right. And I've just never been so alarmed about something. And that one last night, for whatever reason, just did not sit well with me. I couldn't help but go, oh my God. Like, our country is being sold out by, Joe Biden and people like him.
Yeah.
People like that CIA agent.
He's the, former agent. And who knows? I mean, look, the government's weaponizing all these agencies. So all these agencies are the same. They're all to blame for the same reason. I don't think obviously the CIA and FBI are probably nervous that Donald Trump says, we're going to clean out a lot of the garbage. We're going to defund a lot of these programs and agencies that don't do anything for the American people, but only work for themselves and work against the American people. So yeah, of course, they're all going to be threatened by whatever Donald Trump says or does, and will play the game with the administration that will take care of them or that will work with them to weaponize against the American people. That's the way it seems to me every single day.
But think about, your aunt.
Oh, man, Peggy, oh my God.
Peggy spent the last 48 hours incredibly upset because she's nuts.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
The rest of America went, let me hear this audio in context. And then they went, are you still trying to sell this to me in this way? It didn't land.
It didn't, but there's a small percentage. Aunt Peg, our own Neil Bortz got caught off guard.
Well, that's fine because you know where their mentality is.
Right, but Bortz's mentality usually, I wouldn't think, is there typically, and he got caught. He got drawn off sides, to use your analogy.
As somebody who, and he's been very honest about this, he's going to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, sure.
But he will do it realizing that he does not care for the man.
Yeah, personally. They have some sort of...
So why would he not buy into this information that got out there in this way?
But here's a
10-second snippet. And people... Okay, this is how this ends up coming together. If I told Rhino, I need you to spend 3 hours at this organization with me on a Saturday or donate $20. Rhino's going to give me the $20.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because you know what? Your time is more valuable than your money oftentimes. And so we've grown into this society that if I can spend 10 seconds and I get the gist of what's going on, that's all I look into.
Sure.
No,
I'm not going to invest more time into it, especially when it's something that you're not locked into it in the same way that you have been in the past.
Right. But that just leads me to believe that it doesn't matter the issue, that this works so well is the reason they keep doing it. You know what I mean? Most people, because, this one got talked about so much, we're like, well, that's not what was said. But what about the ones that don't get talked about so much? And people are like, well, did you hear him? He said there's going to be a dictator. It's just so dumb, whatever it is. But it catches just a handful of people off guard and gets them off sides. And then after a while, that becomes truth. That becomes how they see the world or shapes their belief. That's the thing that bothers me the most, is that it's so misleading and it's so intentional. And some people, well-intentioned people, will be drawn into something and convinced of something that isn't so, on purpose.
On purpose, but I think both sides do that with every. So
right.
we look at it now. The difference is when we talk about Joe Biden and his mental ability, every American can see it. We're just pointing out, hey, this is what I see. The man can't walk. They have to get him special shoes. They have to take a ladder from Air Force One.
Special shoes. They've given him special shoes to make sure he doesn't fall down.
What's that brand? Is it Hoka? Is that the brand?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know the name, but look them up because I might need some too. But this is, we see it. We see it every single day. We see it in the State of the Union when he starts off and then just starts slowing down and making mistakes. We see the fact that he forgets names. We see it. So when we sit there and we say things like, this is a problem, he needs to have a cognitive test. This isn't as, we're not saying, oh, we took one little word that he messed up just one time and made it into this big thing that he now needs a cognitive test. No, we have 3 years of examples of him forgetting prime ministers' names, forgetting that people are dead and calling them out in audiences, tripping, falling. We see it. It's not just one occasion. The left will take anything they can, even though they've used, we played the cut yesterday, bloodbath, probably 1 million times when talking about the opposition in different ways. Now, all of a sudden, the word bloodbath means something completely different than the way they used it.
Well, remember, we've already seen this through Charlottesville. It's like, oh, they're very fine people. This is what happens when, if you're not paying attention, the media will try and lie to you. They'll try and do what they're going to do in their own interest, in the interest of power. And I think about it, even the idea that you had a portion of people who, as soon as they heard the audio, went, that's not what I was told. And it got shared everywhere of like, hold on a second, here's what the media played, here's what it actually was. And normally that takes weeks before people come around to it. It used to. That was about, I don't know, the better part of 12 hours before everyone was like, that's not what happened. What are you trying to sell me here?
Yeah. But that's the thing that scares me most often, though, is that most people don't pay attention.
Well, of course.
I mean, the American people are notorious for not paying attention, not being dialed in. It's own.
Oh,
you're okay. You're all right.
Looks like someone just got cut off by the CIA.
Exactly
Keep up those comments, sir.
That's why they come get me. Unplug my microphone, and they do it so quick, and without me even seeing them.
Right.
It's amazing.
Sneaky little guys.
Yes, they are. But that's the thing. Americans just don't pay attention typically, and that's the part that gives me concern. I don't worry about it because I think the good Lord has a plan. That's why I don't sit and dwell on this stuff all the time. I read about it and talk about it, but I don't dwell on it because I think the good Lord has a plan at the end of the day, and it'll all happen the way it's supposed to happen. But it is unnerving just to see people be misled because they're not paying attention.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever changed, and I think it continues to go that way. And even Donald Trump's comments yesterday about American Jews who vote for Democrats, and Democrats they don't like Jews. Boy, it sure seems that way to me. And I've been saying this way before Joe Biden, way before these issues. I never understood why anybody who's Jewish is also liberal. It just doesn't make any sense to me. hey, he's not wrong in this. Now, that will be taken out of context, and they'll call him the racist. And when I look at who I think would be more racist, or, you know, the hard part is this isn't really racism. I guess it would be like religionism.
What?
I don't know what else. What else do you call it? Like,
I don't know what you said.
Jews are a weird, like, different kind. Like, yes, it seems like
It's
a
a religion
nationality,
and a
but it's
nationality.
really a religion.
Or a race.
But, you know, when it comes to Israel, that becomes a nationality. But I feel attacked every single day, and I have since October 7th when people decided we're going to side on the side of terrorists. That's a weird thing for me as a Jew. But Donald Trump will be now labeled as a racist because he said, don't understand why you're obviously self-hating Jews. And I think you are too.
You know, it's going to be a really fun day when Aunt Peggy wakes up, has something happen. You know, it could be, I don't know, somebody says, hate her on the way to the mailbox, or she ends up watching something on TV and she's like, well, that's not true. There's going to be a moment where she goes, I live in a world of make-a-believe.
Yeah, right.
I've been lied to all this time, and I bought into all of it.
I don't think she's ever
But
going
she
to wise
won't.
up. I
Yeah.
don't think she's ever going to wise up, dude.
Well,
They never do.
again, the reason why the movie The Matrix hit everybody the way they did is you can take the red pill or the blue pill. And a lot of people are cool with the blue pill.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, really, I don't want to know what's going on at all.
No, and that seems to be where it is with her, and I love her, but I
Make-a-believe land.
Make-a-believe land is a real place for her.
But I don't understand how they don't see it. Like, I drive around every morning and I see the gas prices continue to go up, not down. I see inflation continue to go up.
She sees that,
and go
Rhino.
down.
She
So
sees
then who
it.
does she blame for that?
Well, they don't acknowledge any of it.
How?
No, that's
they
the thing.
ignore it?
No,
you
she
can't ignore this.
She's mad at Joe Biden over that. She's like, I don't want to vote for either of them. And I'm like, okay.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
You know what? At least that's fair.
Yeah, look, at least she's come around to the point where she doesn't, worship Joe Biden. However, she hates Trump enough that she will still vote against her own household, like we've talked about before, Lowe's. She'll vote against her own household just to ease her TDS.
So there was a person who was canvassing through our neighborhood last week. Now, I wasn't home, but I was told this by my wife, and they were doing it for Joe Biden. And when the person showed up at the door and wanted to talk about Joe Biden, my wife said, "We're a house divided. You can just move on. Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by." And all I thought to myself was, how are we still a house divided? Like, that's a failure on my part.
Well, no, it's not, dude. It's not a failure on your own. But you can't force someone to change their mind.
I live with liberal Aunt Peggy.
I know, but you can't force someone to change their mind. That's the thing.
No, it becomes just a point of, and I think, probably Peggy deals with this the way that I deal with it. It becomes this point of, I have to believe this in order to validate myself. I can't admit that I'm wrong.
Yes. I think there's part of that that's in there. The other part is TDS is real.
Oh, yeah.
That is something I've never seen on display. So, I mean, it's like a trophy case.
Like I like Rhino when he points out, because he is my person who gives me the updated gas prices. Okay? like Rhino drives by and he just goes, I drive a truck, there's the prices, I'm paying attention.
Damn it.
$3.43.
Exactly. Every day he drives by and he's like, mental note, that's what it costs. Think about the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. That's Peggy.
Yeah.
That's my wife. That's what we deal with.
I know. That's right. And it's so it just drives me up the freaking wall. It makes me want to cuss. And I don't get mad at much, but I had to excuse myself. We were sitting at the table when she brought up the Trump dictator that we were over in Charleston. She brought up the Trump dictator thing. I was like, I had to excuse myself on the table.
Bloodbaths.
Yeah, I know. I can't wait. I had to excuse myself because I didn't want to yell at her. I was like, pardon me, I'm going to run to the bathroom.
You're too nice.
In the midst of the conversation, my sweet wife was like,
don't leave me here.
No, kinda. She was like, I just appreciate you having such restraint.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You have to.
There's not everyone in our family that has this restraint, and they go at her a little bit. And I do feel sorry for her because of the way she thinks, because she's locked inside this TDS that she can't escape, and because she is alienating people around her. So I don't want to be another person that she's alienated.
Yeah, you're not going to get through to her by yelling and screaming.
That's
I mean,
exactly
that's the right choice, is to get up and just kind of excuse yourselves. And if you are going to say something, say, well, you just don't love your family. because you're paying higher prices and you continue to vote for that. But I love you. I'm going to go to the bathroom now and throw up from all your thoughts. And
I didn't even have to go to the bathroom. I just went in and stood around, washed my hands for no reason.
See, I can't do it. I just wipe everything off the table and be like, I'm done with it. You might as well throw all this food off the table. We're not going to be able to eat anymore because of you.
When I talk about, at times, especially when you hear Joe Biden bring up the things that he does when he has a moment in a speech, and I say, he is not talking to you. He's talking to all the liberal Aunt Peggy's out there, all the cat ladies. Like, that is the fuel that the Democrats live off of. Typically single, typically motivated women that are incredibly liberal. That's who he's talking to. That's his base. That's his group. So Peggy's just sitting there and she's like, just give me the next download of programming.
I'll take it. And I'll read it.
I'm ready for it.
I'll read it.
Now, Aunt Peggy's not married?
Oh, she is, yes.
Oh, she is.
Been married for 50 years. And her husband, the sweetest man in the world, not political at all, just has never been. But it was
He's
funny.
the smart one who just goes outside and just looks at grass and hangs out and lets her do her thing.
Rhino, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
He does. Like, when things get too, he walks outside. He's like me. He just walks. He's like, I'm going to excuse myself.
I'm going to go mow the lawn. He did that this morning.
It's funny.
Short enough.
We were at the ball game, and then Aunt Peggy's husband, she was like, I'm going to run to the bathroom, and she handed him her cell phone. He was like, he waited till she was out of earshot, and he was like, you don't call Donald Trump? And I was like, so he knows too, man. Yeah. He knew exactly.
He also knows not to get, cut off or hit.
Well, yeah, exactly. He's like, I'm not going to start an argument. No. It's not that big a deal. But he just chuckled. He just giggled. Me and him just had the best laugh at her expense.
Yeah. I think that is really funny. But he wants, look, I mean, he wants to. There are a lot of people in this world who just go, hey, this government is so corrupt on both sides because of the uniparty that it doesn't matter. They think it doesn't matter if I go vote. It doesn't matter. All we're doing is voting for the same criminals, whether they're Republican or Democrat. And look, even I feel that way sometimes. And they just go, hey, there's nothing I can do. I've lost hope. This government is lost. And I think a lot of people feel that way and just say, hey, well, let's hope it doesn't change for the worse. But I don't think that's a good reaction.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Let's knock out these headlines quick.
The stories that matter.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, March 19th. Attorneys for Donald Trump and 7 co-defendants have asked Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee to grant a certificate of immediate review in order to appeal his recent decision that kept Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis on the Fulton County election interference case. If Judge McAfee grants the application, it will then be up to the Court of Appeals to decide whether or not they will hear the case. The Carroll County Sheriff's Office is looking for a 46-year-old woman, Samantha Tolbert. They are very concerned for her safety after her ex-husband, Jeremy Tolbert, was found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Samantha's family has said they have not heard from her and are very concerned after a history of domestic violence between the two. The Sheriff's Office asks if you have any information on Samantha Tolbert's disappearance that you please call the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. And in sports, the Atlanta Hawks' Jalen Johnson scored 25 points last night, but it wasn't close enough as the Hawks got crushed by LeBron James and the Lakers 136-105.
Now that Fonnie Willis can continue, what's next in the Trump case in Fulton County? Sarah Hobson of Hobson & Hobson joins us next to tell you what to expect. This is the Morning Extra until 10.
I'm not a MAGA Republican. I'm a freaking American Republican. I'm an American, and I voted Democrat before. I'll admit that. They'll get off my freaking back.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
We say yes when the big banks say no. First Liberty Building and Loan down in Noonan, the Frost family, been lending money to people that need it to extend their business, to grow their business, to buy a business, to build a building, to buy a building, whatever it is, maybe a franchise, whatever it is you want to buy out your competition. They create financial solutions for your next big thing, whatever that is. Their website is firstlibertyga.com, firstlibertyga.com. Like, there was an entrepreneur in Dallas, Texas that needed $3 million to finance a warehouse. Their regular bank, the one that they'd been using for years, declined it because the business had historical losses. But they had another facility. It showed sufficient profit to cover the debt requirements for both. So First Liberty Building and Loan were able to approve the loan and allow them to show increased profitability with extended terms and rates. They can do that for you too. If you're in business and want to grow your business and you either can't get a call back or the guy that you've been dealing with, just isn't there anymore, people getting laid off left and right at these banks. First Liberty Building and Loan is a small company based in Georgia, but you can get loans throughout the United States, no matter where your business is. First Liberty Building and Loan. FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com. Go there today.
Hey there, it's Janelle King, host of The Janelle King Show, right here on Xtra 106.3 FM, where we are unafraid and unapologetic. We explore the topics that matter the most. You can catch us on Saturdays at 4 p.m. and encore episode on Sundays at 9 a.m. And catch up on past episodes by going to the podcast park right here at Xtra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast every single Tuesday. Until then, stay unafraid, stay unapologetic, and never stop seeking the truth.
Everybody wants to feel like they're getting a good deal. That's why EMC security customers love their monthly rate from just $16.95. In fact, for such a low price, you'd think you'd have to sacrifice service or quality. Not with EMC security. You get it all. Low price, A+ Better Business Bureau rated service, lightning fast response, and flexible purchasing options, including their popular no contract option. Visit emcsecurity.com or call 770-963-0305 today to learn how you can get a free security camera with new activation.
Hey fans, Xander from Atlanta Painting Company here, and with spring on the horizon, the home team won't be the only ones painting corners in Atlanta. This spring, save 10% off all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is to protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we are the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Sequoia National Golf Club is located 45 minutes west of Asheville, North Carolina, and nestled among the oak, fir, and flowered valleys in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains. Owned by the Eastern Band of the Cherokee, this Robert Trent Jones II design offers an idyllic 18-hole journey filled with panoramic vistas on every hole, beautiful landscapes, and a fun mountain golf experience. Enjoy a relaxed lunch or afternoon beverage on the outdoor deck with 180-degree views of the Great Smoky Mountains. The surrounding community also provides golfers a welcoming environment that is rich with Native American culture and exciting year-round attractions. Sequoia National Golf Club is just 4 miles from Harrah's Cherokee Casino Resort and just a short drive from Atlanta. Experience a fun afternoon of golf with your friends or stick around for an epic stay-and-play weekend. Experience mountain golf at its finest and then go hit the casino floor. Book your tee time at sequoianational.com. That's sequoianational.com. Experience the majesty and beauty of Sequoia National, mountain golf at its finest.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Xtra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. Always delighted when we can have Sarah Hobson join us because she has insight that no one else has in this whole Fonnie Willis Trump case that's going on in Fulton County. Former prosecutor in Cobb County and, of course, the CEO of Hobson & Hobson. How are you, ma'am?
Doing great.
Good news. Good news. That's what we like to hear. I was driving over to Charleston to see my son when the decision came down. And I couldn't help but think, as I had my wife read it to me, that the judge was too frightened to make the right decision. Is that how you see it?
That's exactly how I see it. I went and watched the video again of when Fani interrupted court in the middle of her prosecutor arguing to the judge that Fani should not have to testify, that the subpoena should be quashed. And I watched it again, and seeing it after we've seen all the text messages and all the evidence that came out, all of the lies and the corruption and the spending and the trips, and watching the way she behaved in court and how the judge allowed that to happen. It just made me think, like, he still is seeking her approval. He's still seeking her approval, because if you or I had walked in there, there's no way in the world we would be allowed to interrupt court, take the stand, demand the judge provide us with 3 documents that she wanted. And you know, you're going to swear me in, Judge? You're going to swear me in? I mean, it was absolutely absurd. And in my opinion, he still has this notion of he needs her approval. You know, he is a young judge. He's not been a judge for very long. And I have noticed this in the past with other judges and other jurisdictions. Sometimes when they start off as a district attorney, they forget they're not still playing on the DA's team. They have got to be impartial and fair. And that was not a fair reaction or handling of her behavior. I mean, it was kangaroo court. It made our state a global laughingstock. And then in this decision, it just feels that way again. It's just unbelievable. I mean, it's really unbelievable.
What do you think is going to happen at this point? Because this is something that the defense can appeal, is it not? I mean, Will they appeal the fact that she's still on the case, even if Nathan Wade, and he did give his letter of resignation, but they can still appeal this, yes?
Yes, absolutely. So they can do an interlocutory appeal. Steve Sadow, who is representing President Trump, he has indicated that they will be there'll be more filings coming. I was checking even driving in here today to see if anything had been filed. It's interesting because if you watch the state Senate hearing, the minority leader was asking Ashley Merchant, who's representing Mike Roman, well, what if she had just gotten permission? What if she had just laid this all out? And Ashley says, well, we wouldn't be here. And he's like, you can't say that. This isn't a conflict that can be cured. This conflict, I mean, even the Democrats are saying this isn't something that can be cured. And Ashley's point was, no, we wouldn't be here because no one would have approved the funding. But even they can understand, removing Nathan Wade, who has touched every part of this case. I mean, he was in there with the grand jury, where the defense attorneys are not even allowed to be in there. I've represented people in criminal defense cases. You're not allowed to be present during the grand jury hearings. You're not. And here Nathan Wade was, and he's benefiting from it, and Fani's flying all over the world with him. It doesn't cure the conflict, because the point is, this case would not be here had all of this been out in the open in the beginning. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be talking about this.
Sarah Hobson is our guest on the Morning Extra, and let's take it to the next step, because I don't believe, even though we had the ruling that came down on Friday, that it feels like Fani Willis isn't out of the woods on this yet. There's a multitude of different angles where people are still looking at her and saying this person is not fit to be leading this. Where do you think this kind of moves? What's the next step from here?
So Governor Kemp recently, I think it was on Friday actually, he signed the bill that starts the Prosecuting Attorney Qualifications Council. I know that they also have some concerns with the district attorney. Not they. There are some concerns amongst prosecutors and defense attorneys concerning the district attorney in Athens, Clarke County, which is where Lake and Riley was murdered. This council can then start investigations. I hope that this will happen this week. That we've got the interlocutory appeal. We've got the state Senate who's looking into the whole conflict of interest case. And then we also have senators who are looking into the spending of the financial funds. And one thing that was really interesting, there was an open records request about whether or not federal funds were used to pay Nathan Wade. And it was actually documented that it was.
Sure.
And then the Fulton County tells the news stations, "Oh, it was a clerical error. It was
misappropriated, written down wrong.
Written down wrong. Yeah, it was a typo.
Yeah,
it was a typo.
It's funny Donald Trump and them don't get any of that when it comes to any kind of financial.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah. So I mean, I think she's definitely not out of the woods, and nor should she be. I mean, guys, if this, you have to imagine, this is not a political. The defense is not doing this for political reasons. These are not Trump supporters. They're doing this because they believe in the Constitution, and this could be any one of us. This is, and if they're doing it on such a national stage, if this corruption is happening on such a national stage, what happens if it's you or me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't have a national audience watching and picking apart every little piece.
Exactly.
We're not going to get the benefit of the doubt in that one.
Exactly.
Or how many times has this happened before that we don't ever know about?
Yeah, and we'll never know.
Right.
I mean, I do believe the truth will always come to light. We've also got the concerns of, she had hired Terrence Bradley as a contract attorney to do Tate work. He was deciding, so he's in a firm technically with Nathan Wade. Nathan Wade's prosecuting with Fani. Terrence is deciding whether or not evidence is supposed to go to Nathan Wade. I mean, this is just full of corruption
and mishandling of everything. And yet, though, the judge, the person that's there to disseminate this information, looks at it knowing what he saw. And you could see him on the stand being what looked to be frustrated with the antics that were happening. And yet, either A, let politics decide the outcome of this, or what just didn't have the courage of his convictions. And he's in Fulton County. We talked about this with Brian Robinson a little bit earlier of Robinson Republic. It's not like these people have anything to worry about. And we even talked about how the strongly worded letter, or the strongly worded decision, the judge's decision, had so many statements about, the appearance of impropriety. And yet, they still went the other way. It gives me no hope in our judicial system. It gives no hope that anybody can get a fair trial in Fulton County, Georgia. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know that I would call this a strongly worded order. I've read some strong orders. This is not.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you put a little lipstick on it. I mean, it's not...
that's how Brian described it.
No, and I understand.
Yeah.
No, and I understand because it does take a lot to even just insinuate that someone could possibly be dishonest. Another attorney could possibly be dishonest. But here, look at the reality.
Here in the real world.
In the real world, look at what happened. This is mind-boggling that she's allowed to stay on this case. The other thing I was really concerned with. I'm not going to say it's never happened, but in my experience, and I've asked other attorneys, I've never seen an order where the judge is allowing the offending party to decide what the remedy is.
Yeah.
Okay, Fani, yes, there's an appearance of a conflict of interest. There's an odor of lies and dishonesty and corruption.
Can I play this game with them and be like, okay, listen, instead of like a death penalty, can I just get like a few years in prison? Like,
right.
Horse trading.
Yeah.
Well, this is like asking, because we all have kids. This is like asking your kid what their punishment should be after you catch them doing something.
Should it be
It's
a
just
spanking
silly.
or ice cream?
I've never seen an order where a party is allowed to choose the remedy. And if you're going to go down that path, why not have it be the non-offending party? Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Let them decide. Yeah.
Let them decide.
Does it come off like he's washing his hands of this? And the other thing that I felt like when I watched like what happened with Kim Potter in Brooklyn Center, when I watched what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse, when I watched what happened with George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, there was a lot of outside pressure, the mob mentality outside. Do you think the fear of backlash from people in Atlanta coming and storming the courthouse if she was removed and this becoming a very big racial issue, because that's what she made this at this point, do you think there was any thought in his mind that if I do this, this entire place is going to be a riot, chaos.
I can't imagine how it couldn't have at least crossed his mind. I mean, you know, they are in the interest of justice. You know, you do have to look at the big picture of things. However, you know, your job as a judge is to do the right thing on this case. You know, this is, yes, we want good public policy. We want to save, Fulton County want to save Georgia. But when it's laid out before you like this, I mean, beyond a pale of questioning that there were lies and money and major conflicts. I mean, Fani knew that it was a conflict, and that's why she didn't follow the normal protocol. She knew it. We all know it. And to just kind of say, all right, well, you get to pick, Fani, what you know, it's him or you, you know. I've never,
As if there's a decision to be made.
I mean, have you ever?
Yeah,
have you ever? I mean, this is...
She said the man, like, needed help when, you know, when he had cancer. You don't think she's going to turn on him and be like, yep, he's out. Bye, I'm staying. Adios.
Sarah Hobson is our guest from Hobson and Hobson. Let me ask you about this, because I felt like when Judge McAfee ended up removing 6 of the counts from this, it was almost like softening the blow. That he decided, this is what I'm going to do, but I'm going to go ahead and soften it a little bit early in the week by doing this. What impact is that going to have on this case? Because we did hear about the removal of the phone call and all the subsequent charges coming off of that.
Yeah, I think it's going to take, I mean, it's the right call. I mean, he did the right thing. I was also very concerned. It was like, why are you doing this right now? Right before we're waiting on if she's going to be disqualified, let another prosecutor fix it. So I also looked at that as an indication that he wasn't going to disqualify her. Which,
like a little candy before he gave you the poison pill?
Right, exactly.
Here's a little candy.
Here's a little spoonful of sugar.
You won't like what's coming.
Yeah. Right. I do think it's going to be more difficult. I mean, that was a huge part of it. That was the flashy... The flashy little
the phone call was the marquee issue that was going on here,
and they love to twist Trump's words and get a little soundbite out of it, and
like bloodbath, maybe?
Bloodbath, exactly. Yeah,
talking about it all morning.
So I think it was the right thing to do, but the right thing to do would also have been to disqualify her, which he partially did. I mean, he said either you need you and your entire office or Nathan Wade. So for
or your boy toy,
like she's
so crazy.
I've never.
Now they can date. I don't know. Like that's a win-win. Now they can date.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
He's done with that.
What
got paid. Yeah, he got paid. He did his thing.
Yeah, that's right. Oh my gosh.
Listen, I'll be honest. I'll be a gigolo for $700,000. I'm putting it out there right now. Send it, ladies.
We'll set up a social media account.
I might even be able to convince my girlfriend that's okay.
Rhino the Gigolo. Oh my Lord. Right. We'll continue with Sarah Hobson next on Extra 106.3 and where this case goes. What's the outcome in her opinion? Ultimately, how does this thing all shake out? Next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Morning Extra, on the air until 10.
There's billions of people around the world have never voted for anything in their life, haven't been allowed to. Yeah. It would kill to stand in line for an hour to vote.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy adds another layer of entertainment to my evening when I look to go ahead and watch a little bit of sports and play along with Underdog Fantasy. Now, last night, I took DeJounte Murray. Now, DeJounte, he was the surprise special of the evening. What did he have? Well, his projection was 0.5 point. So I said higher, and I got that taken care of. Jalen Johnson for the Hawks, he continues to rack up the points. So no problem. Saw the projection, took higher, 20 points on a projection of 16.5. Well, then there was LeBron. 25.5. He scored 20. LeBron, you owe me. Okay, but still, I had a ton of fun playing Underdog Fantasy, and you can do so whether it's in the NBA or Major League Baseball or this week. Remember, the NCAA tournament is here. You can play the pick'em games. Here's how it works. All you got to do is pick between 2 and 5 players. You build your pick'em entry, and then all you do is select higher or lower based on the projections, based on their numbers, and you can win real money. That is the cool part. Here's how you get things started. Go to UnderdogFantasy.com, or you can do what I've done. I've downloaded the app. Use the promo code LOS, that's LOS, and you can have your first deposit matched up to $100 into your account and also get a mystery special pick. That's the Underdog Fantasy site, Underdog Fantasy on the app, and you can use the promo code LOS, LOS, to get that match up to 100. You must be 18 years or older, present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Play Underdog Fantasy tonight.
Well, Steven, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we ran your background check and there were several red flags.
Like what?
You were arrested 7 times for reckless driving.
So
you're applying for the school's bus driver position.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. Horizonscreening.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
What is spacious? Has a versatile cabin, offers an intuitive voice assistant, and luxurious accommodations for up to 7? Meet the 2024 Mercedes-Benz GLE 350 4MATIC SUV. The advanced GLE SUV leaps further ahead with turbo hybrid power, fresh styling, and even more innovative technology. Experience the 2024 GLE 350 4MATIC SUV and lease one today for just $879 per month for 36 months with $63.93 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. Visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through April 1st, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details. Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 770-627-3235 or online at atlbail.com.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
We spent the morning explaining and showing you the context behind the bloodbath comment that the media has ran with since Saturday when Trump spoke in Ohio. I want to read you the media headline from Sunday. This is from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. No conflict of interest, but lapse of judgment in the Fonnie Willis case. And you're like, what? You are clearly trying to mislead anybody that will read your newspaper. Well, there's not many people left that read that newspaper. Or as Lowe's puts it, which is so correct. They're just giving red meat to the people that are still hanging around that actually still pay for that newspaper.
Definitely. I mean, if you read the order, one, I think he correctly ruled that it is an appearance of a conflict of interest is enough. And he certainly did not say that there was no conflict of interest.
No.
In fact, he said there was an appearance of a conflict of interest.
AJC left that out conveniently.
Right. Yeah. How convenient. But he said that there was, but then where the softness is where he's allowing Fani he allowed her to decide whether or not her boo had a
Her boo.
Get kicked.
Is that a technical term that you're using there? The boo. Is that
I think it is. Yes.
It's become technical
for an Atlanta area. Yes, that is typical
legal jargon.
But I said this from the beginning, and I knew this was going to be an issue. The fact that they don't have concrete evidence to prove the conflict because she played the game with the cash, and she was able to skate around all of it actually being a conflict of interest. But I thought it was interesting when the defense brought up prior cases in the past that said doesn't have to be just a conflict. If the appearance of a conflict is there, this has been ruled, precedent has been set. Why didn't he take that into effect? Because he even asked about it and even told the prosecutor, you're looking at something that was an appearance, and that's why they were removed.
Well, I would say there was concrete evidence of the money, and in fact, Ashley was very, I think, Ashley Merchant was very conservative in what she was bringing to the court's attention. There was many Uber trips and other financial exchange of money that she did not present, and I would, any defendant that goes to court in Fulton County and they're saying, oh, well, no, I paid them back in cash. Like, that would never fly. That doesn't fly, know? And I think that's one thing.
If you're the DA, it does.
Yeah, exactly. If you're not held accountable, then yes, maybe. Right. But everybody else would be. You, I, Rhino, Lowe's, we'd all be held accountable.
Right. And I mean, there is evidence that it didn't happen. She can get up there and say, oh, well, I paid him back in cash. Well, you've also been impeached on your testimony in several other instances. So, if you're a liar, you've lost credibility with the court. If you lie in one instance, what's to say you're not lying about the cash? Let's put it that way.
But the guy from San Francisco said, when they were at the winery, he remembered her giving him $4.
Oh, yeah.
Sarah Hobson is our guest from Hobson & Hobson. Let me ask you, let's make this about you. Has this shaken anything that you think of when it comes to the legal system in this state and in this area, watching all this play out, knowing what your profession is, what you've dedicated your life to see how this is all playing out?
It has. And I think where I'm really disturbed is, where the headlines, they don't match the truth, and they don't even match the content of the article.
That's intentional.
Right. That is intentional. And it was really disturbing because I ran for office. I knocked on 22,000 doors myself in Cherokee County. And it was very frustrating in that process that people have no clue. Really, so many people have no clue how our judicial system works. And here, the one good side of this is it's educating our community about how our judicial system works and what's actually going on. This is something that needs to be looked at, because if they're doing this on a national stage, they're going to do it to your dad, they're going to do it to your brother, they're going to do it to your coworker. It is very troubling, and I have seen some corruption myself with my own eyes, and I've had to enlist the help of other attorneys on what to do with it. It's very disturbing that our system that's supposed to be in place to protect us, to protect our community, it's being used as a weapon. And the reason that that's a fact is the attorneys that are representing these defendants, they are not Trump supporters. They are not going to vote for Trump ever, ever, ever. This is not political for them. This is what's right and what's wrong. And this prosecution is political, I believe. I believe it is political. And it's very scary that you could be on the wrong side of a DA's politics and have your whole life upended and someone's benefiting from it. It's very scary. I mean, it's very scary, and I'm frustrated, I'm disturbed, but at the same time, I'm so glad people are paying attention, because trust me, if we're seeing this right now, I mean, this is going on a lot. All over the place.
Well, we know we're going to have made it when we all get audited.
Yeah.
Because every single, for the most part, every single conservative talk show out there, I remember Clay Travis jumping from the sports realm over into talk. And he's like, for the first time ever, owning these companies, I am suddenly audited within 6 months of being on the biggest radio show. This is the weaponization of your government and your law system against you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's, it's really frustrating in the news. They're like, oh, Trump's attorneys, they'll throw it, they're throwing spaghetti on the wall to see it'll stick. These are really good defense attorneys. I know some of them personally. They're not doing this to support Trump. They're doing this because it's the right thing to do.
And doesn't it create an immediate thinking of, they're Trump's attorneys, and that must be where
that's what's presented in the news.
Not. That's always presented that way. And as you pointed out, these people, in some cases, are not representing Donald Trump. They're representing their own individual client.
Nor would they ever. And that's it's just trying to take the credibility out of their representation and labeling them all as, far right Republican Trump MAGA supporters, and they're not.
Tinfoil hat,
right?
Don't forget that part.
Tinfoil hat, right? Yeah. So it's really interesting just seeing all the propaganda.
Yeah, it is. Something that we talked about this morning that really irritated me was we talked to Sarah Hobson, CEO of Hobson and Hobson. The fact that she went to a church and started speaking there, and we played some of the influence of that speech on churches around Atlanta and even around the state of Georgia. And that's something that I feel like that the judge kind of addressed, yet did nothing about, even though he saw exactly what we saw.
And remember, she's already been disqualified from prosecuting one of the defendants. So I definitely have an issue with politics being brought up at the pulpit. There's some pastors who are calling out the gravity of allowing her on that stage because this is the potential jury pool, and she's just tainted it. She's it's going to be, if this ever does go to a jury, it's going to be impossible to get.
What should they appeal on? I think that's one of the major things they should appeal on, that he will not get a fair trial. And that is, that's number one, a conflict of interest to me, is that she went up there, she tainted the jury pool.
Right. And I think, what the judge said in his order was, yeah, she shouldn't have done that, but maybe we need to do a gag order. But she didn't use their names. Oh, okay, yeah. No one has any clue.
No clue. I shouldn't have stole a car either, but I did.
It's
not me personally.
It's just interesting how you can just twist the contortions that you have to do to look at what we all saw, what the whole nation saw. People across the board, regardless of their political affiliations, they're looking at this and they're like, lies, corruption, conflict, and the mental contortions you have to go through to come up with this order.
But there are people like my Aunt Peg out there that is like, no, this is exactly what should have happened. I'm telling you.
Well, and that's the crazy
part. They exist.
Well, it always starts with, liberal Aunt Peggy. Yep. It's what's her goal? And then what kind of contortions do I have to get into that goal?
How do I back
the goal is always the last thing.
Yeah.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Sarah Hobson, thank you so much. You're always such a breath of fresh air when you hear legal analysts on TV and you're like, what are these people talking about? And then we get to talk to you and there are people that can look through the BS and give you a straight answer.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want more crazy court cases just to get Sarah back here all the time.
Yeah, because
it's great.
Well, I have a feeling this is probably going to continue for a while, so we're fortunate that we'll be able to have you in. Quickly, how do people get a hold of you if they need your services?
Sure. HobsonLegal.com. We've got our phone numbers on there, a lot of information. But yeah, HobsonLegal.com, and we'd be happy to help you out.
There you go. Good. Surprise, a liberal does not understand that lowering standards leads to less quality in any situation, in any field, but especially in the field of medicine. That's the discussion next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. It's Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Buying a new car is about way more than just a car. You want to love it and everything that comes with it. And at Subaru of Gwinnett, we get that. You want to love the website. Easy to browse, easy to shop, and an unrivaled selection so you can find the model that suits you. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, Crosstrek, or Ascent, all offering impressive gas mileage, standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and the tools to explore the things you love. You want to love the people, and know that every time you stop by the dealership on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, they'll be there for you, ready to help in any way possible. And you want to love the service. We'll check that box for you also, because during the spring sales event, there's a lot to love. So stop in during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, and you'll find just that, a lot to love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and find the ride that best suits you, because love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, and online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Hi, I'm Mark Beckham with Atlanta Ramjack. We specialize in only foundation repair. What is foundation repair? Foundations sink or settle. These issues need to be addressed. It only becomes more costly the longer you put it off. What is the biggest cause of foundation problem? Either poor construction, inferior site preparation, or weather. Drought causes cracks in your foundations. If you see any signs of foundation issues, please contact us at atlantaramjack.com.
Is the tax deadline causing you anxiety? Searching for elusive 1099s and trying to uncover any exemptions? If so, you're not alone. Every year, Georgians find themselves looking backwards to file with the IRS, reporting tax history. But what if you were to flip the script? Not just report your taxes, but actually planning for them. We're Master Plan Retirement Consultants. We're local, with offices in Marietta. We work with folks just like you to create a personalized, tax-efficient strategy designed to last a lifetime, a crucial piece to the holistic retirement plan. Do you have a retirement roadmap? You should. It's never too late. Visit masterplanretire.com. Don't wait any longer. Visit masterplanretire.com.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com. The 2024 season is just around the corner, and the Braves' home schedule is jam-packed with great matchups and even better promotions. The Braves open at home against the defending NLCS champion Arizona Diamondbacks April 5th through the 7th, followed by the New York Mets April 8th through the 11th. The Braves will honor all of their 2023 award winners in a special pregame ceremony on April 6th, and on April 8th, the Braves will then honor the 50th anniversary of Hank Aaron's record-breaking 715th home run with a special Hank Aaron bobblehead giveaway together with Truist.
There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
And the second half of April continues with another great giveaway featuring Ronald Acuna Jr.'s 2023 Stolen Bases record bobblehead giveaway presented by Xfinity on April 24th. And 2 Blooper Kids giveaways on April 21st and the 28th. Visit Braves.com/promos to get your tickets and check out all of the fun planned this April. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
The Kimmer Show is back every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. only on WFOM Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Extra 106.3 FM.
The polls are opening in Ohio. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. One of 5 states holding presidential contests, but with the Trump-Biden rematch already just about set, with both being presumptive nominees, the focus in Ohio is on the Senate.
There's no one in this race who has put Trump policies into place except for me.
But State Senator Matt Dolan does not have the former president's backing. Bernie Moreno does. Ohio Secretary of State Frank LaRose also in the race. The winner will try to unseat Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown in November. Of course, also, there are contests in Florida, Kansas, Illinois, and Arizona, where President Biden will go after stops in Nevada today.
The president carried Nevada and Arizona by slim margins 4 years ago in his re-election campaigns, as those western battlegrounds are core to pathways to 270 electoral votes. Still, a recent Fox News poll shows President Biden trailing former President Trump in Arizona by 4 points.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Former President Trump has stirred things up again, saying Jews who vote for Democrats hate Israel and their religion. amid criticism from the left over U.S. support for Israel in the war in Gaza. Yesterday, President Biden spoke to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who will send a delegation to Washington to discuss Biden concerns over a looming offensive against Hamas in an area of Gaza where a lot of Palestinian civilians are sheltering. Now to Germany.
We remain determined to provide Ukraine with the resources that it needs to resist the Kremlin's aggression.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin at a meeting of our allies helping Ukraine battle Russia, saying the U.S. will not let Ukraine fall, though new U.S. military aid remains stalled in Congress. As more Americans try to flee Haiti, at least 12 people are dead as gang violence grows in the capital to wealthy areas of Port-au-Prince.
Crowds gather around bodies that litter the streets. The upscale neighborhood of Pétionville might have thought it could escape the violence. A distraught resident calls people of Haiti wake up.
That's Jonathan Savage. America's listening to Fox News.
The Fed is setting a digital dollar control trap. The new FedNow system might sound modern and convenient, but the truth is it's all about surveillance and control. Don't be fooled. Secure your assets right now with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, former advisor to Donald Trump. And in these times of uncertainty, I believe the best way to defend your savings is to use tangible assets, which is why I recommend a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group, because gold has a 5,000-year track record as the ultimate guardian of wealth. To find out more, get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, so text PROTECT to the number 989898. Text PROTECT to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
For hourly Fox News updates and the best in conservative news and talk, keep it on Xtra 1063 or download the Xtra 1063 app.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Xtra 1063. Do y'all remember when we talked about the Bruno Mars thing? Was it about this time yesterday when we did this?
Yeah, right around there.
Yeah, but the
7 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I wanted to bring it back up because MGM Resorts is refuting the claim that Bruno Mars owes them $50 million in gambling debts. And they said, a MGM rep clarified, any speculation otherwise is false. So the story was that Bruno Mars makes $90 million in his residency at the MGM resort there in Las Vegas, and he owes them $50 million in gambling debt. So basically, he does that residency just to pay off his debt now at this point, or just to at least wipe the slate clean. Otherwise, he'd be gambling somewhere else, I suppose, and losing a lot of money. This is kind of a wash, and it's what he does for a living anyway. But MGM is now saying, well, that's not true at all. That's not true. It's not true.
Okay. Here, I saw
48 million.
It's what I'm wondering, dude.
49.9. I saw Casino. I saw the way that some of these places are run. Keep it quiet. Keep it in the family. You know what I'm saying?
I thought
he'll pay that money. I promise you that.
Well, they've got to cut him the check. Of course he'll pay the money.
He'll be working here till he's 120.
It's a win for them. If it were to be true, and they're saying it's not, that he does not owe $50 million. Rhino, it's funny that you bring up that example, because that's exactly what I thought. Not necessarily the movie Casino, but just the whole. If we keep this going,
who might be involved? I think are really good guys, and I like all you good guys out there. Just so you know.
But more to the point is, he'll be working here till he's 100. We'll always have a world-class entertainer as a showman in our casinos at our beck and call.
Now, there could come a time when people get tired of Bruno Mars and they send him to Atlantic City, because that's where all the older ones end up.
Or Cherokee.
Yeah, Cherokee. Or Mohegan Sun up in New York.
What's the one in...
maybe not there.
In Missouri, Branson.
They might sell him.
They're going to send him to the
sell his debt.
What a change to the industry. Because back in the day when we were all growing up, it was you sold records, you made a bunch of money. Obviously, your label would get a majority of the cut, but you would still make quite a bit of money. Now it's turned into, if I'm not selling merch, then I've got to find myself a residency.
Yeah, or a tour.
Those are the huge ones.
No, that's right. That's where they make money, because there is no money in selling music anymore. Charlie Starr from Blackberry Smoke came on the little Braves Country podcast I did last week. And he said it's 1,100 listens. Like, you pick any album you want. There has to be a song, could be the same song, could be a combination of songs, whatever it is. But someone has to listen to a song 1,100 times for that to equal one album sale.
Jeez.
One. You have to go. What's your favorite song right now?
Oh, gosh. I don't know.
Give me your traditional favorite. What's your favorite song ever?
I mean, my favorite song ever, A Tribe Called Quest, Scenario.
Okay, you got to go listen to Scenario 1,100 times for them to qualify as to have sold one album back in the day when you would walk into Record Bar or Turtles or wherever and pick up a CD. 1,100 listens to one or a combination of songs on that album.
Boy, that's a lifetime of me listening, I think. I mean, I'm sure I've listened to it at least 1,100 times.
Okay, but that
over
means,
how many years?
That's exactly right. And that means you've bought one record.
Yeah.
Dude, the math is so convoluted. That's some fuzzy math.
It sure is.
This is why, even though she was under her conservatorship, when Britney Spears was in Vegas and making her money and doing her thing, life was better.
Yes, it was.
Because, hey, you know what? The gravy train was running. Everybody was making money. Then you turned Britney loose and she went crazy. Bruno Mars, I get it. I would imagine I'd put together a little bit of debt if you left me in Vegas for a while.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Exactly right. Especially if you have a tendency to like to gamble. And Lowe's,
I like to gamble.
So there you go. You'd be $50 million in debt if you're in Vegas all the time.
I mean, outside of playing my shows
$50 million.
And like a really nice buffet, what else is there to do?
Yeah. Well,
you got to gamble a little bit.
It's drugs and prostitutes. I've only been to Vegas one time, and I don't reckon I'll ever go back. I don't think. I have no desire to go back. Maybe someday. Who knows? But I have no desire.
Plowed through town.
No, but that's the thing.
Navy man.
No, I was there to cover the Academy of Country Music Awards, and when you walk down the street, somebody hands you a business card or a flyer, and everything is either A, sex or drugs. It was prostitution or drugs. And then
shut up and take my money.
That's right. And it's littered on the ground, and there's just like pornography on business cards laying on the ground. I was like, where am I? This is like hell.
They have a city ordinance where they're not allowed to say anything to you.
But they can hand it to you.
They can hand it to you, or they find a way to make it make noise, so then you'll take it.
That's right.
And that's just one of those where I just keep walking like, nope, don't need any of this.
I'm all good. Well,
here.
the first handful of times, I didn't know. So the first handful of times they would hand it, and I just accept, I'm just whatever.
Your friendly tug.
Yes.
You're like, oh, what's a card for your high-end prostitute?
Yeah,
All right.
Wow, she is topless right now. And then you throw it in the garbage, and then finally I was like, I'm good. I don't think I'm
just slide that in your back pocket. You're like, you know what? If I win tonight,
save this for later. Me and Bruno Mars are gonna go hang out.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny, man. That they're saying no. My man has been in Vegas since 2016. 2016.
Jeez.
Dude, that's almost a decade.
That's a lot of debt.
That is a lot of debt. They say he ain't do it, but maybe. Sure. I just don't know about that, y'all. I just don't. I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, when you see look, Bruno Mars at one point was one of the biggest pop stars probably in the world.
I think he still is.
He probably is. But I mean, what's his latest song?
Yeah, I mean,
right?
well, yeah.
I mean, he's playing Vegas over and over and over again. That's kind of like after because look at Taylor Swift right now. That's the.
Well,
she's touring. She's selling out stadiums. Yeah. Bruno Mars could have probably, and if he would have continued, he was selling out State Farm Arena. He was selling out big stadiums. He's not doing that anymore. So I think he'd rather be outside because I think he's still that kind of pop star. He's still that kind of talent.
Taylor's a sucker. Now, granted, it's a business unto herself. It's what it is. But think about it. She's having to travel all around the country. Whereas, like, U2 shows up over and just says, I'm going to play.
See, I'm telling you.
This show, here's my $5 million a night.
Right.
This is what it's going to be. I mean, if you could establish where I don't have to travel.
They come to me?
They come to me, and I just show up and I play a show. And I play, let's say I've got 50 booked for the next year. That's a way to do it.
Absolutely. What we had the numbers on that U2 thing. Wasn't it like $1 million a night?
It's a crazy amount of money per night.
Count me in for that. Because there are, I mean, like, I'm reading, y'all know I'm a slow reader, but I'm reading that Greg Allman biography book.
See you next year, Tug.
Yeah, right.
You're not wrong.
Good thing you didn't lend it to him this time.
The truth hurts. Well, Chuck Oliver actually let me this one.
Well, that's all right. By the way, have to spray it down before you bring it back to him.
1 million per night for you two.
Yeah. So, but that was what Greg Allman's talking about. I mean, been reading this, and he says that was the thing that was tearing them apart, as being on the road 300 dates. Every artist that I've talked to in my career has always talked about how touring is great when you're really young. Like when you're fresh and upcoming, man, it's something new and you love it. But then life happens. You get married, and that takes you away.
Right.
And you have children, and that takes you away. And all of a sudden, they're like, okay, how do I just do this? And the Allman Brothers actually started just recording records, and they stopped touring. They were just doing select dates. But that was when you could make money with record sales. And now you can't do that anymore. Those days are over. So getting that residency is the way to go. Some people... I could see where you would think it was, that's kind of an old, backside of your career, but it really isn't, man. If you can get it, holy cow, there's a reason Carrie Underwood's doing it,
right? I mean, it makes sense because,
everybody's doing it.
All these concert tickets are so expensive now, especially, I can't imagine if my son were to come and say, I want to see Taylor Swift, I'd be like, yeah, good luck. Hopefully you find a place you can stand outside and watch it.
www.youtube.com.
Yeah. But you know what? I mean, look, Britney Spears went through this, so I'm just looking forward to when Taylor Swift's and, just smoking cigarettes, doing knife videos after they drive her into the ground for making so much money.
And I appreciate those videos, but at the same time, that's a whole lot of crazy.
Yeah. Like Britney Spears. I don't think Taylor's Britney Spears. That's the thing. Taylor's a smart girl.
Well, they didn't think Britney Spears was Britney Spears back in the day when they were running through things.
Now you got knife videos.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I always had an idea.
Here's what I'll tell you. They killed Elvis by doing the same thing, making him travel all over and just keeping him hopped up on things to keep him going. They did the same thing to Britney Spears, and Taylor Swift is now doing the same things that those two did. International, and look, Michael Jackson, same thing. International superstars going from one event to another one, another. He was a what?
A map.
No, it's called groomer/predator. Yeah. Child molester, kitty toucher, pedophile.
Not
mapping.
Disgusting.
Well, you have more in common with Taylor and Elvis than you do anything with Michael Jackson.
Thank you, Jesus.
We have to keep you hopped up. If y'all only understood the rig that we have in this office in order to basically keep Tug Howard going on a regular basis.
Yeah, but there was a chance with his mother's knack for collecting animals. He could have had a monkey.
Look, hey, let me...
There'd be you and Bubbles.
My mama didn't. My aunt and uncle had a spider monkey.
There you go.
When I was a kid.
There you go. See,
I swear all these. I know y'all think I make this up. Weird. I swear
you could have been a pop star and had your own spider monkey.
Hand on the Bible. All these stories about these crazy animals are true. I swear to you. I swear. To you.
It's so great.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. You and I know that if you go to, let's say you go to a really nice restaurant, and they just hire anybody off the street. They don't hire a great wait staff. They just hire anybody. If you worked at McDonald's, you can work here. And I'm talking a really nice, expensive restaurant. What do you think's going to happen? The quality of your service is going down because you're just putting anybody in there, right?
Right. The idea that when you lower standards, you also end up lowering outcomes. Whatever it is, it's just how it goes.
If you're a basketball team and you hire guys that have never played basketball, do you think you'll win games?
Yeah, it might be problematic at that point. I can see your point.
Seems crazy to
if
even
you were to
think
hire on equity alone for basketball,
absolutely.
You'd be a DEI initiative. You'd never win a game in your life.
Like you and I out there playing for the Hawks.
Be like, all right, well, we needed a 5'4" white Jew. Rhino, you're on the field. Let's go.
A 5'10" hillbilly.
Hold on, we don't have any 5'8" Asians on the team. Make sure you get one of those guys in.
Absolutely.
But that's the game.
Can we squeeze you in on that?
Okay, yes, I need a 6-foot guy who's not able to use his shoulder anymore.
Yeah,
DEI. I represent the people that don't have a shoulder any longer.
Yeah, if not the ADA will come in.
Right, it seems so obvious. This is so obvious. Guess who it's not obvious to? Don Lemon.
Huh.
Don Lemon has no idea that if you lower standards, that the quality of whatever it is that you're doing will go down. He was talking to Elon Musk about it. Check this out.
Do you believe that people are dying because medical standards, DEI is causing medical standards to be lowered? Do you actually believe people are dying because of that?
I believe that if we lower the standards for what it takes to become a doctor.
You're saying if we lower the standards,
yes.
But do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't think that is yet an issue, but it could become an issue.
But the actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite. If you look at how minorities are treated by the medical system, most doctors now are white. There are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that white doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI, because there's no actual evidence of what you're saying.
No, I said if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and yet they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will. I said if we lower standards, people will die.
That seems so straightforward.
He's too dumb.
Like, how do you not understand? Why is that even a conversation?
He does. He understands it, but he's in defense of DEI. He's in defense of this administration. He understands that if he came into my pizza place and I use the top ingredients all the time and he goes, oh my God, this is the best pizza. And I get popular and I'm like, you know what? I could cut cost. I'll buy cheaper, worse ingredients. And then he comes in and goes, well, this isn't good anymore.
Or it's not as good.
As good as it was.
Remember, Don Lemon is on the outside looking in. You know, once he got run off of CNN, he now has to validate himself by saying, no, I still hold the card. I'm still on y'all's side. Make sure you hire me. Understand that I will carry this water for you. So what does he do? He ends up doing his own show, goes over to X. Things don't work out, but he's still trying to prove to everybody, hey, I'm here for the fight. I'm on board with all this stuff. That's all he's doing with this interview. It's not that he's obtuse. It's not that he's idiotic.
Yes, it is.
It's the mentality. No, I'm just hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I know what you're
if
saying.
Playing that game is worth $5 million, $10 million a year, is he dumb?
No, he's really
playing,
smart.
But now he's playing a dumb game.
Absolutely. No, I know. But it doesn't change the fact that you look like a complete... You're 100% right because he's trying to figure it out.
I know, because he's made millions of dollars.
No.
You don't have to tell me I'm right. I know I'm right. The fact of the matter is he's showing the card. He's telling you, I am still a card-carrying member of this idiotic fraternity, and I will continue carrying the water for this.
But he does come off as a dummy.
Because the mentality's idiotic.
Yes.
You're denying the very essence of what it is when you run a company and you decide, listen, I'm going to take everybody who's earned all A's. You know what? Let's relax standards. If you got C's, you're in. What do you think's going to happen?
Yeah.
This is right.
This is a cause and effect issue.
Absolutely. It's so straightforward, and he looks like such a buffoon, including the people that actually like him and agree with him are biting their fingernails going, Don, please shut up. Please shut up. You sound like an idiot. Shut up. I know you made a lot of money, but shut up. You sound like a fool.
Yeah, I mean, DEI is failing to make the grade with a lot of voters at this point because they see what Elon Musk was telling Don Lemon. And you're right. He comes off as a complete idiot, which is confusing because I don't think he's that dumb, but he's sitting there going, I don't get it, man. Wait, what do you mean lower?
No, it should be fine.
But Carlos is right. This is that card. You got to keep carrying that. And he's trying to find a job. He's trying to find a place that he can be and continue down with the same rhetoric and defend this administration and all the policies when it comes to DEI. But he does come off as a complete moron when he's fighting with Elon Musk on this.
Ponder Chris Cuomo, who suddenly doesn't sound as much of a complete idiot as he did on CNN.
Yes.
Why? Because you're playing a CNN character. Okay? When he starts bringing up
such a great analogy.
This person's going
CNN
to win.
character.
This is what's going to happen. You go, I thought Chris Cuomo was a moron. Well, no, you're playing a game. That is what is happening.
Because they keep signing your check for you to be said character.
See, unfortunately, because we work 4 hours a day, we can't play the game. We're not in 5-minute snippets. It's not like, oh, hey, get into character for 4 hours. No, we actually have to believe in what we believe in. When you're in TV, that's a totally different realm. You can play it 4 or 5 minutes at a time and put the hat on and play the character.
Yeah, there are certain people that money's more beneficial to them than actually telling the truth or coming off that way.
A lot of people would do that.
Yeah, look, there are establishment Republicans that do the same thing.
Day.
Look, Ben Burnett will tell you he'll take the money and go with something that he might not believe in because it pays him and takes care of his family, and I can't blame him for that in certain regards. Now, if he were to come out all of a sudden and be like, I don't get that, like Don Lemon did, you kind of lose me on that, but
we talk about
people take paydays, man.
Lemon was playing a character for $4 million a year at CNN.
Character News Network.
Oh, there you go.
I like it, man. The Character News Network, because we playing a character over here. Playing the game.
Playing a character.
Los lands it again with the old Character News Network. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. 404-741-1230. Love to hear from you this morning. Just whatever's on your mind. Because when we come back, we're going to talk to the Talkmaster. And I'm not sure exactly what happened yesterday.
I know what question one is.
I know what question one is coming out of the gate. How did you get drawn off sides? Because it works. Media manipulation works. That's how they do it. That's what they hope will happen to most people. That you don't hear a soundbite, or you only hear a soundbite. You don't hear the context around what's being said. Talkmaster's up next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. We're on the air until 10. Then the Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton. And then after that, local afternoon show with the Kimmer, 3 until 6. Hey, it's Tug. The Morning Extra has you covered from 6 to 10, and Kimmer's got you on the ride home.
And we do have a founder sent this from one of our listeners, a limerick for the Kimmer, from Donnie. Kimmer was the golden bachelor, for the ladies' hand he did fight. He saw himself as their shining light, but when the show got all squirrely, when all the ladies left early and left Kimmer screaming, but I can still drive at night.
Let's explain a limerick again.
Okay, you see, normally this is da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, not let you know what this was.
That's like haiku merging with the free form.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
You pick out the bank. I don't care which one. Maybe it's the one you've dealt with for years. Maybe it's the one that you're thinking about going to speak to about a loan for your business. Are you a business owner? So many business owners right now could use capital to improve their business, whether you're buying out a competitor, whether you're trying to buy a franchise or buy into a franchise, building a building, buying a building, whatever it is you need to do to grow your business to maximize the opportunities that are in front of you. Those banks will probably say no. Hey, it's Tug for First Liberty Building and Loan. Their website is firstlibertyga.com. When the big banks say no, they can and will say yes. They've been doing this since the 90s. They can help you. They want to help you. FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com. Guy in Dallas needed $3 million to refi a warehouse. Other lenders, the banks that he had been using, wouldn't give him the money because the business had historical losses. But he had another facility that showed sufficient profit to cover the debt requirements of both. First Liberty Building and Loan, able to provide a loan and allowed him to show increased profitability with the extended terms and rate. So there you go. There's just one example. I got pages of them. Pages of examples of people that have been able to get the money, the capital they need to improve their business. Will you be the next person? Will you be the next story on my list? I hope so. Talk to the Frost family if you want that to be the case. FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Introducing Sonder Health Plans, your trusted local partner for Medicare Advantage in Georgia. Only in Georgia. With Sonder, you'll get comprehensive coverage that's tailored to your needs. They offer $0 primary care visits, $0 premiums, and access to a wide network of Georgia healthcare providers. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com now to learn more about their valued-based care that won't break the bank. Or call 888-428-4440. Sonder Health Plans, your doctors, your neighbors, your friends.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
Sequoia National Golf Club is located 45 minutes west of Asheville, North Carolina, and nestled among the oak, fir, and flowered valleys in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains. Owned by the Eastern Band of the Cherokee, this Robert Trent Jones II design offers an idyllic 18-hole journey filled with panoramic vistas on every hole, beautiful landscapes, and a fun mountain golf experience. Enjoy a relaxed lunch or afternoon beverage on the outdoor deck with 180-degree views of the Great Smoky Mountains. The surrounding community also provides golfers a welcoming environment that is rich with Native American culture and exciting year-round attractions. Sequoia National Golf Club is just 4 miles from Harrah's Cherokee Casino Resort and just a short drive from Atlanta. Experience a fun afternoon of golf with your friends or stick around for an epic stay-and-play weekend. Experience mountain golf at its finest and then go hit the casino floor. Book your tee time at sequoianational.com. That's sequoianational.com. Experience the majesty and beauty of Sequoia National, mountain golf at its finest.
This is Tucker Carlson, and you're listening to The Morning Extra with Tug, Rhino, and Los on Extra 106.3.
Download the app so you can listen live and on demand, and you can always get Neil Bortz on the Extra 106.3 app, his daily commentary or his visits with us here during the Morning Extra. We call it the Neil Bortz Show. Neil, what's up, man? How are you?
Okay, who's 5 feet 4 inches tall?
That'd be
Rhino.
me, Rhino.
Seriously?
Yes. Yes. Super tall.
Boy, as Burt Reynolds would say, that's S.H. Ort.
Well, see, Neil, when we talk about him, jumping on the Bortz bus, we realize you can store him anywhere, and he'll be happy.
Yes.
Well, I have said, do you know, since it's really a bus that's converted, it has those luggage bays underneath. Some people turn those luggage bays into bedrooms for their rugrats so they could lock them away and not have to deal with them during the more personal moments of the evening.
Wow.
Neil, I said I'd be your pocket pal. I'd fit under there. This is what I told you. Let me travel around. I'll carry luggage for the Queen and you.
Comfortably.
Yeah. You remember like those little monkeys with the fezzes? That's what I'll be underneath. You're just
but a very,
little monkey
very
bellboy.
loyal one and
I'm
handsome.
very loyal.
The problem is you couldn't drive.
That's true.
That's not true. Rhino can drive. I've seen him.
Well, that's true. I can drive. And I drew the RV then when we used to have one here.
No, you couldn't reach the pedals.
Modification, sir.
Modification. If you have a phone book or two, we're good.
Yeah, we're good, and I got platform boots.
Okay, I'm bulletproof. You can't get on my nerves. I'm a happy man because, among other reasons, I'm not married to Meghan Markle. So go ahead and give me some hell about yesterday. What burr do you have under your saddle?
Well, no, I don't think it's a burr under the saddle. We just felt like when we heard the commentary that you were drawn off sides like most people in America for like the first few minutes until they heard the full context of what Donald Trump said. Are we misreading that?
Well, you may be convinced. I pulled it. I tried to pull it yesterday. Did you keep running it anyway?
No, we followed exactly what you asked us to do.
Yeah.
We pulled it.
Well, because I was concerned that maybe I got it wrong as I read and watched it the rest of the day. I'm not that sure I got it wrong anymore. Donald Trump is a loose cannon. It is very convenient for him to say that he was referring to the automobile industry. But when it comes to economics, the health of an industry, this, that, and the other thing, you don't normally use the term bloodbath. So I'm on the fence. I'm not convinced. But what dwells on me is that this preface is entirely capable of suggesting that there will be an actual bloodbath if he does not get reelected. I think he has that in him, but I was too adamant about it on the commentary yesterday. So thank you all for pulling it. But listen, the guy's a menace. Both of them are. I talk about walking up to the abyss before the people of this country actually get a grip and do something about it. The abyss may be 4 more years of slow Joe and that magpie that he has in the vice president's office before the voters of this country, stop worrying about March Madness and stop worrying about that. Start worrying about what's in the future for their children and their grandchildren.
Neil Bortz is our guest on the Morning Extra. I want to bring this up because all of the financial data that's out there, all the economic data continues to show the same thing. And this is where I think we're talking about a change. We continue to lose full-time jobs. We continue to add more part-time jobs. And the administration gets to say, look how many jobs we're adding. Well, we're adding jobs that people aren't exactly crazy about. I think ultimately, Neil, when you talk about one versus the other, I think it really comes down to, do you want to do 4 more years of this insanity, continuing to do the same thing and expect a different outcome, or do you want to go back to a financial period that looked like it was a lot better for Americans? I think that's the very simple choice when it boils down to it, bloodbath or not.
Well, it did look better, but what guarantee do you have that Trump is able to pull off that type of governance again for 4 more years, especially in view of some of the things that he says?
I open up every pipeline in the world, right, Neil. Again, I start with energy independence.
You said the key word again. He did it a first time. Now he knows a better way to do this. And this is where I have a problem with the bloodbath comment. What led you to believe over the 4 years that he was president? Why would, if I was a dictator, if I was evil, like a Hitler or someone else that they say or compare Donald Trump to, why didn't he do that the first year? Why didn't he order mass, whatever they think, incarcerations, killing people off, killing off his political opponents? Why didn't he weaponize the government agencies against those? This is rhetoric that the left continues to throw out there. When we look at history, we talk about records all the time. There's no record there that Donald Trump did any of these things. He's not a great guy. Get it. He's not fun to do business with. Get it. You don't like the way he speaks. Get it. But at the same time, there's no precedent set that he actually would create any kind of war, bloodbath, or anything. We haven't even seen him create a war.
Okay, you're right. But he now has experience. He now has a much better idea of how he could manipulate, whatever, the powers of the presidency and the executive branch of government. And that knowledge in the hands of a sociopath could be dangerous. This two-party system we're buried in right now is not serving us well.
Agreed. I agree.
The American people do not have a good... There's a choice, but we deserve a lot better. Well, wait a minute. I wish we had a lot better when it comes to presidential candidates. Whether or not we deserve it is another question, because watching the American people and, your college football recruiting, your March Madness, you're turning to the sports page the first thing in the morning. This does not portend well for the future of this country. Sooner or later, these people out there, these voters, have to get serious.
But Neil,
they're not serious right now.
I mean, I get that, but like I read about sports and I keep up with politics. I enjoy March Madness and I keep up with politics and try to make the best decision for me, my family, the country, whatever. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think you can do both. I think you can enjoy sports and still care about what's going on in the country.
Sure
you can. But why are politicians always so eager to spend millions of dollars on venues for sports teams?
To keep people distracted. I'm not saying you're completely wrong. I just think that you can do both if you choose to.
Well, we're not doing that well.
No. I mean, look, I think you're right. It's not just sports. It's ridiculous social media. It's ridiculous reality shows that people get caught into. It's all the TV and media that's out there that they distract themselves from the reality. And one day it's going to, and it seems like it's on its way to destroy this republic. And no one will react until, well, maybe it's too late.
Well, yeah. And I did a commentary. You'll hear it a little bit later this morning. We're now less than a month away from our tax deadline. Mm-hmm. And the people of this country are sick and tired of income taxes. The average taxpayer spends more than 55 hours preparing their tax return. Some spend many more hours than that. Some spend less. But 55 hours was the average the last time I checked. That's over a full work week. And then they have to deal with audits. They have to deal with threats. We're going to see one of the greatest examples of American idiocy coming up next month. You walk up to somebody, almost anybody on the street on April 15th and say, well, how much tax did you have to pay? Oh, I didn't have to pay any. I'm getting some back.
It makes me crazy.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's nuts.
And this is the level of intelligence of the American voting public. Our republic cannot survive this. And we had a good chance. We had a chance. I don't know how good it was with the fair tax.
Yes, sir.
But the politicians made it clear we're not going to give up this power. And the people did not say, "Oh, yes, you are." They just said, "Oh, okay, so you're not going to go along with this. Fine, let's concentrate on something else."
Neil Bortz is our guest on the Morning Extra, and Neil, I wanted to ask you about Murphy versus Missouri, because as a man who made his living, who built a career off the use of the First Amendment, to listen to what went on in the Supreme Court yesterday, where Ketanji Brown Jackson talked about how, well, there might be emergencies in this country where the government has to approve speech. I think when you start having that mentality and that talk on the Supreme Court, you're losing the fight here. And so for a man who's made his living and created his comfort off of the First Amendment, I think when you hear that sort of stuff, you got to realize this country is changing.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, at least we're not Canada yet. Do you know in Canada, that little weasel, Justin Trudeau, do you know they are proposing, listen to this, they are proposing laws up there whereby you could go to jail for life if you intentionally misgender somebody.
Yep.
I kid you not. Or if you dead name. You know what a dead name is, don't you?
Yes, if you think you're a woman or a man and you're not biologically that. And
call me by my previous name.
Yeah, don't call me by my previous name.
Yeah, if you were born Sam and all of a sudden you're Samantha and somebody calls you Sam, and you say, it's Samantha, and they call you Sam again, in Canada, they could be prosecuted. And Trudeau some of those people up there actually would like to see people go to jail for a life.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
I know. But, Canada is up above us there. That effluent is going to trickle down to us.
Sure it is.
Sooner or later. In fact, I'm quite sure a lot of it has. In next month, in less than 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I'm going to be 79 freaking years old. Can you believe that?
No. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm going to turn 50 and that's 2 weeks away. I'm kind of nervous about that myself.
What date is yours?
April 6th. It's a few more weeks.
Me too.
Oh, wait, that's right. Me and best friends. Yes, I forgot. Yes, we both have the same birthday, along with Clay Travis. Also is born on April 6th.
I mean, we need to do like a big April 6th celebration. Half the staff of this radio station has birthdays that day.
More reason for me to live under your bus, sir.
I love it.
Yeah,
I think it'd be awesome, man.
Well, I'm proud to have been alive when we nuked Hiroshima.
Well, I mean, look, not everybody can say that.
Not everybody gets that claim.
It's just a shame we couldn't do that to Berlin.
No, that'd be fun.
Don't ever count it out, man. Anything could happen.
By the way, maybe you can find it because you guys are computer whizzes. You're very good at this. Somebody, a couple of years ago, they started posting these two pictures of Hiroshima. Hiroshima after the bomb, and then Hiroshima in 2020, let's say. What a beautiful, vibrant, alive city it is. And then they posted two pictures of Detroit.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
After World War II, when it was in, may have been the city that saved America, and Detroit now. We're supposed to be the greatest country in the world, and in Japan, they make a beautiful city out of a tragedy, and we make a tragedy out of a once beautiful city. What's going wrong here?
Politicians, politics, the craziness of leftist, socialist, communist ideology that has seemingly leaked into what is a great American, society and a great American system of government, allowing the people to choose. But I think power-hungry, money-hungry people they've embraced that, just like you said, they've embraced that so much when they turned down something like the fair tax because it would take their power and authority away. And we see now the consequences of that.
Well, I love what de Tocqueville said in his book, Democracy in America. And I'm going to paraphrase it because that book is one of the ones that was lost to the hurricane. But anyway, the America democracy will fail once the American people realize they can vote themselves largesse, look that one up, from the public treasury.
Yeah.
In other words, this country will fail once the people figure out they can vote for a living instead of having to work for a living.
Neil,
and tell me we're not there.
I say this all the time. Julius Caesar, when he crossed the Rubicon, he didn't go to the Roman Senate. He went to the Treasury to raid it, first and foremost. That's always what happens.
Well, people make dumb decisions when they cross rivers, don't they?
We're seeing a lot of that play out now.
Yeah.
All the Jews had to do was turn in the opposite direction, and all that oil would be theirs.
That is a true statement.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, the Talk Master. Man, we love you and love talking to you.
Sensitive.
No, well, look, we don't get our feelings hurt around here too easy.
Oh, I do.
I can tell.
I mean, I still remember that nobody likes him thing. Yeah.
Oh, now, come on. That's not at all what I said. I've been taken out of context.
Never let it go, Neil.
I don't want your feelings hurt, but Sophia says...
you didn't say that, and Donald Trump didn't say blood.
I knew it was coming. I've been taken out of context, Neil. Oh, I love it, man. Thank you. Neil Boris, the Talkmaster. We love you, buddy.
Why don't one of you run the board and let Joe sit in there for a day?
Okay. Absolutely. We can do it.
No, thanks. I'm good.
Joe's like, no.
It's like everybody likes Joe now.
It's the truth, man. Once you get out here and start talking, they quit liking you. Thank you, Neil. Have a great day, bud.
That's true. Okay, be good.
Nobody better than Neil Boris, the Talkmaster, on Extra 1063. The state of New York moves to take Trump's property. Next, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra.
The legend Neil Boris is only on Extra 1063. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Something that I'm enjoying wholeheartedly, the death of DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. All concepts that ignore individuality and celebrate group identities. How long ago did I first start warning you about the word equity? It doesn't mean what you think it means. In its purest sense, it means everybody ought to have the same amount of stuff.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 1063 or listen anytime on the Extra 1063 app.
All right, there's a lot of things to think about in your life, and I know that, but you're worrying about the essential prices that you are paying, and you say, I can't afford this anymore. Well, it's getting worse every single day. We look at what's happening around the world. We look at the attack on farming. We look at the attack on our water supply. We look at the attacks just on our freedoms. And there's only one thing you can do to make sure that your family is safe, and that's get prepared in case of any kind of emergency. I don't want you flipping out. This isn't something you need to go, oh my gosh, the world's going to end. There's going to be an apocalypse, blah, blah, blah. That may be, but you better be prepared for it just in case. Go to True Prep, Marietta, Cobb Parkway. They're locally owned and operated. They have everything you need, whether it's freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid kits, firearms, firearm accessories, ammo, and they have it all at the lowest prices around. Guys, these are locally owned and operated. Matt, Joey, Amy, they're all there. Support them. Tell them that I sent you over there. Tell them to get you started if you haven't prepped before, or just ask them to show you what they have that's new that can help keep your family safe in case of an emergency. You can always go online as well. And let me remind you, they have great workshops there as well. Whether you want to learn more about guns, whether you want to learn about prepping, you're new to it, they have everything you need right there. Once again, go tell them Rhino sent you over there. Head to Marietta, Cobb Parkway, True Prep. Can't miss it. Or you can visit them online right now at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. And prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Hey, it's Front Office Lows for Underdog Fantasy. The NBA season is still here, and there's no easier way to get in on all the action than with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. It's easy. Pick 2 to 5 players from at least 2 different teams. Select higher or lower on the player stats, and if your pick hits, you can win up to 100 times your money. It's legal in Georgia, and it's a ton of fun to play as you can watch the Atlanta Hawks. Stop playing against the pros night in and night out with their hundreds of different lineups. It's just you against the stat. It's that easy. Underdog Fantasy is even easier to get started. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up and use the promo code LOS, and Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use on your first Pick'em entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code LOS, L-O-S, to get your first deposit of 10 or more matched, plus your special pick. Must be 18 and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Hey fans, Xander from Atlanta Painting Company here, and with spring on the horizon, the home team won't be the only ones painting corners in Atlanta. This spring, save 10% off all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is to protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we are the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Discover wants everyone to feel special with 24/7 customer service as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Limitations apply.
Is this the year you want to grow your business? Do you want to expand your team? Build a new office? Hey, it's Tug, and I want to tell you about First Liberty Building and Loan. Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you're dealing with a new person? You won't have to with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they can help you too. They know the patterns, they know the ebbs and flows, and they know business. Now the Frost family wants to know you. FirstLibertyGA.com. Buying a building, building a building, buying a franchise, or expanding. Reach out and spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. FirstLibertyGA.com. By the way, if you're a young banker and you want to work with a team that's faith-friendly with a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to First Liberty Building and Loan at FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
The Morning Xtra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Fela, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Right to the phone at 404-741-1230. John's on the line telling us we got DEI all wrong. John, what's on your mind?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm driving, so wish me luck.
Yes, sir. Be safe.
Good luck, sir, and be safe, please.
I'm walking and chewing gum. I'm on 400 South. So I've been involved with DEI in corporate America for at least 25 years, and one of my best friends is a president of DEI for one of the largest corporations here in Atlanta, in the country, for that matter. And diversity, equity, and inclusion is just not about race. It's about age. It's about sex, male and female, and it's also about just as diverse as you can think. And people aren't getting jobs or turned down on race or their sexual orientation. That's not why they're getting the jobs.
So can I ask you this real quick, Liberal John? Because based on that comment, as a straight white male, do I fit in that category?
Absolutely.
Really?
You're part of the diversity. Absolutely. Diversity is also about how people think and go about how we're going to attack a task or a project. You know, the janitor might be able to see something that the CEO cannot, and vice versa. So that's what DEI is really all about. It's also about, like, hey, we're hiring, and, yeah, we already have 100 white accountants. So maybe we should look and see if there's a black accountant that we can hire and not overlook them. Yes, they have to be qualified. Of course, they have to meet all the qualifications. But if we can find an Indian guy or a black guy or a Hispanic guy that has these same qualifications, then let's try and bring them into the picture.
Sure. Well, John, let me ask you this one question, because I think
real quick, but your holding company and the people that you work for have a DEI program, okay? And you can't name me one corporation in America who's thinking about killing their DEI program. Just because more light has been shed on these programs, Ford's not thinking about that. Coca-Cola's not about to get rid of their DEI program. So I don't know where this is coming from.
John, let me ask you a question. And first off, we don't have one here. It's all about performance and ratings and revenue. So we don't have one.
And we're very diverse.
But John, let me ask you this question. If it's between, and we are like, between here is Rhino, white male, here's his age, and me, a black lesbian trans woman, who would you prefer to hire?
Again?
If it's down to a job for accounting and it's between white male Rhino or me, black lesbian trans woman, Los, which one would you prefer to hire?
How many are they equally qualified?
Yes.
How many white males do we already have working for us?
Okay, that's the problem, John.
So you basically said based on the race and based on my color, you're not going to hire me. Got it.
That's what it comes right down to every single time, is that you're trying, because we no longer see these people as individuals. The problem with DEI is we're checking boxes. We are no longer weighing the individual. We're saying, do we have one of these? Do we have one of these? Can we make sure we get one of these? That's the problem that this all comes back to. It's not about performance.
My mostly black basketball team doesn't have enough white players.
Right, but that's not going to be considered.
I appreciate the call, John, but that's I highlighted the issue for you, and hopefully you spend the day thinking about hiring black, lesbian, trans woman me versus Rhino and how that can be problematic.
When we come back on Extra 106.3, the Supremes seem to have it wrong on allowing the government to jawbone social media companies, but one took it to an extreme. We'll let you hear her in her own words. Next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Got you a Neil Borch report and a Fox News update right now.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, here we are. It's March, and people are starting to worry about getting their taxes filed next year. So that brings me to this. It didn't have to be that way. We could have had the fair tax by now. No federal income tax. But the politicians didn't want to give up that power, and the people of this country were too consumed by bread and circuses to demand it. Life without the income tax. Well, first of all, you wouldn't be worrying about gathering all your tax information and sending it off to the government. All the financial details of your life. Worried about audits. Worried about maybe missing a W-2 form somewhere. And for the last year, you would have been living with a system whereby you didn't pay 1 penny to the federal government until you took care of the basic needs of your family. Food, shelter, clothing, transportation. Yeah, I know it sounds complicated, but there's $20+ million of research behind that. Tell me about another tax plan with that much research behind it. Passage of the fair tax would have been the largest transfer of power from government back to the people in the history of this country. But so many Americans were too busy looking at the recruiting records of their favorite college football team or trying to lower their golf handicap. That's me. No, the Fair Tax Act is not dead. It is still before the Congress, but there is no national push from the people to get it done, so it, for now, won't get done. Keep loaning the government money by overpaying your taxes during the year, and then on tax day you can say, I didn't have to pay anything, I'm getting some back. Yeah, continue with the stupidity and intellectual laziness. Maybe your children or your grandchildren can live in a country without the IRS. Not going to happen for you. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Pack your bags and join the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets football team in Dublin, Ireland as Toe meets leather to kick off the 2024 football season in Dublin. The Aer Lingus College Football Classic will feature your Yellow Jackets versus the Florida State Seminoles in a special Week 0 matchup on August 24th, 2024. Don't miss this unique opportunity to visit one of the world's most popular travel destinations while cheering on the Jackets on a global stage. For travel packages, tickets, and more information, go to gt2ireland.com. Sting 'em.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Still standing by Ukraine and the war against Russia. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
The United States will not let Ukraine fail.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin at a meeting of our allies in Germany.
This coalition will not let Ukraine fail.
But new U.S. military aid remains stalled in Congress as Ukraine goes on the offensive inside Russia, targeting refineries and more.
Ukraine has stepped up its shelling of Russian territory in recent months. Yesterday, the governor of the Belgorod region claimed 4 people died in an attack on one village. Now he says he's taking action to protect the area's children. 9,000 kids will be evacuated.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. Israel is going to send a delegation to Washington to address U.S. concerns about a looming offensive against Hamas in an area of Gaza full of Palestinian civilians, as Israel also says it's killed 50 terrorists in an operation around Gaza's biggest hospital. Some of President Biden's fellow Democrats have been critical of his support for Israel in the war, prompting former President Trump to say Jews who vote for Democrats hate Israel and their religion. A Biden spokesman calls that vile. There are presidential contests in 5 states today, including Arizona, where President Biden will go today after stops in Nevada.
The campaign has also cut a new digital ad leveraging former President Trump's comments about the auto industry, that if he's not elected, it'll be a bloodbath for the country. The Biden campaign says Trump has spent years threatening political violence and praising dictators. The Trump campaign responded saying, quote, "No amount of gaslighting from the Biden campaign can mask Biden's bloodbath he's brought all across America."
Fox's Rich Edson now follow up to the Supreme Court ruling that gave states the right to restrict abortions. In the first full year after that,
medication abortions accounted for about 63% of all abortions in the country, up from 53% in 2020. The Guttmacher Institute is a research group that supports access to abortion and says after the ruling, 14 states completely banned abortion.
That's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. America's listening to Fox.
The Fed is setting a digital dollar control trap. The new FedNow system might sound modern and convenient, but the truth is it's all about surveillance and control. Don't be fooled. Secure your assets right now with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, former advisor to Donald Trump. And in these times of uncertainty, I believe the best way to defend your savings is to use tangible assets, which is why I recommend a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group, because gold has a 5,000-year track record as the ultimate guardian of wealth. To find out more, get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, so text PROTECT to the number 989898. Text PROTECT to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
Align your business with other like-minded conservatives by advertising on Extra 106.3. Email sales at xtra1063.com.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. So glad that you're here. We appreciate you always coming and listening to this show and the other conservative shows that are on Extra 106.3, like the Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton. You got this afternoon, the Kimmer Show from 3 until 6. So there's so much conservative content that you can listen to at 10 o'clock in the, probably about 10:30. Senator Eric Schmidt will be on the Glenn Beck program talking about the Supreme Court ending big tech collusion with the federal government for once and for all, if indeed that happens, because I would contend that maybe it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way it looked.
Sure doesn't look that way.
No doubt. Absolutely no doubt about it. So
I want to respond a little bit to, Liberal John called in, and I think he makes a valid point. When I owned my restaurant, there were two things I did. Number one, when I came up with my application.
Well, we just set it back up. For anybody that's just getting in the car right now, Liberal John called in the last segment, and he works in DEI and has for 25 years, and he says that we have it all wrong when we were talking about Don Lemon and Don's support of DEI and him not making any sense by saying that, yeah, we should hire people that aren't qualified for a particular job, and then he wondered why standards would be reduced, and we played a cut from Elon Musk. But John's point was that DEI is great.
Yeah, and look, there are good aspects of it, but here's how I got around it. When I owned my restaurant, there was one thing, and it was a New York Italian restaurant, but I did wings, I did cheesesteaks, I did sandwiches, and of course I did Italian food and pizzas. But I became really popular because, well, in all honesty, my wings are better than anyone else's wings in that area, and they continue to be that way. My clientele started realizing and changing a little bit with the fact that I did have the best wings, and so I was getting more black patrons coming in. Here's the difference in what I did with my restaurant. Number one, there was never sex on my application. I didn't care if you were male, female. I didn't base on that. Number two, never had race on any of them. I hired you for what you wanted. But I did realize at one point, I'm hoping to find someone who might be black because I do have a large clientele, and I feel like, this would be beneficial to them to see that, hey, listen, I hire anybody who comes in here, but it was always based on that. This is why I think it's so important, because Martin Luther King said, don't judge based on the color of his skin, only by the content of their character and what they do. That's why it's so important that if I did line up with interview with someone and they said, hey, here's Carlos Medina, who is a black lesbian trans woman who
Thank you.
Also, you're welcome.
Thank you for
Very
acknowledging
attractive.
And I hope I'm not dead naming you, but continue to go by Lowe's because I think that's a beautiful name. But, if we did have the same, we should never know that he's a black trans woman. We should just know that this person is this qualified. This person is also this qualified. Now, this guy might have a little bit more, or he worked 10 years in this business and he has this connections. Okay, I'm going to hire him, or I'm going to hire Carlos. One of the two. But we should never know these things. That's where DEI is becoming a problem for me. And like I said, like basketball, if there's a DEI in basketball or sports, sorry, you ruined the product.
Well, I'm upset at you as of now.
I'm sorry.
Because you failed to acknowledge that not only am I black and trans, but I'm also lesbian.
Oh,
you left out.
Quit leaving the boxes unchecked.
And that's the problem. And that's where, and again, I appreciate John calling in and sharing his perspective. But when I gave him the scenario, and the scenario was, all right, here is white male Rhino. We're both applying to be accountants, and I'm a black lesbian trans woman. His first thought was, well, how many Rhinos do I currently have?
Exactly.
Rather than, because I got to check the box.
Make sure the box is checked.
And that's the silliness of all of this, because Rhino could be more qualified than me. But you're checking boxes. You're no longer treating us as individuals. You're treating us as a sort of commodity. Do I have one of these? Do I have one of these? In a similar way, we see this in Hollywood, where the amount of people that want to claim I have a trans child so that they can go, look what I got. It's like a new handbag. Yeah. You're doing the exact same thing in the office place so that you can claim diversity when you don't really have any.
And I think with Don Lemon and Elon, it becomes an issue, especially in the medical community. Why not call for, I don't care if and let's use that, what they're trying to get to. And let's just say sickle cell, which happens to affect more black men and women than anyone else, obviously not white men. But why, if I'm suffering from sickle cell and I'm a black man, do I care if I have the best white doctor or the best black doctor or the best doctor? I want the best doctor. I don't care if there's 7 of those doctors that happen to be white. Now, I want to make sure that these doctors are learning about those diseases in school. Absolutely, 100% sure. I want to make sure that in that community, these people understand the disease, but I don't care if you don't look like me. As a Jew, there are certain things that we we are privy to that others aren't as well. I don't always make sure my doctors do. Yeah. I don't make sure that I make sure that my doctor understands what I'm suffering from. Do I care what color he is, or if it's a man or female? My actual general physician, Dr. Pink at the Laureate Medical Group, beautiful black woman that I just feel comfortable with because she knows me, she knows what I'm suffering from, and she knows how to help me when I need her help. Plus, I get to unload on her and tell her all my problems, and she don't care.
she
hears you out.
Yeah, she hears me out.
Plus, she hears me out, and that works.
Yeah.
She hears my inner pain and will not judge me.
Right. Exactly.
God bless her. God bless her. Everybody needs, what's her name again? Dr. what?
Dr. Pink.
Dr. Pink. Everybody needs a Dr. Pink.
Dr. Pink's great.
I'm telling you, because
sometimes she rolls her eyes and I catch her, though.
Dr. Pink's like, okay, Rhino, I got all day. I love you. I got all day. So
we got
there's a line out the door. If you need to, you can pay me on the side, maybe. You know, and I'll sit down with you as long as we'll go have a cold beer.
We'll grab some lunch and beer.
Whatever. Holy cow. So awesome. I think it always comes down to meritocracy. If you look at sports, it's the only place that I think meritocracy is still alive and well. The best athletes end up on the field. They always do. Because you want to win. The point is winning. So you put the best players out there. And that's merit on display for everybody to see.
I'd be so mad if the Falcons decided that, right? Hey, we're going DEI. I'd be like, man, why are you making my team suck? I want more big black guys. I want more big guys from Nebraska. I want this. This is what I want on my team. Stop being DEI. I don't want short Jews like Rhino out there carrying the ball.
or big old dumb 5'10" hillbillies.
Yeah.
that didn't play ball in high school.
Exactly.
That's where I was.
I
tried to play. They set me on the bench. I didn't get it. I didn't get in the game. They wouldn't even let me pick up a foul ball, y'all. I'm not kidding. So I would never make it on the field. But 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. Ketanji Brown Jackson, but she has contempt in her heart for the First Amendment, Los.
Normally, the Supreme Court is your last line of defense. That's where we go to find out whether things are constitutional or not. 1798, we had a Sedition Act that was ruled to be, okay, that's not constitutional. 1917, we had an Espionage Act. Not constitutional. 1918, same thing with the Sedition Act. What it came down to was, in a time of war, your First Amendment rights are absolute. Okay? You cannot take the First Amendment and just throw it away because you decided you're in the middle of an emergency. Take a listen to Ketanji Brown Jackson. You're going to hear, this is going to be basically the attorney who's representing the state of Missouri talking about this case in which you had, the contention is that you had the federal government telling all of our, it's Facebook, it's all of our social media, what they can say and not say about COVID and everything else, elections and such. Listen to Ketanji Brown Jackson shred the First Amendment.
Justice Jackson?
So my biggest concern is that your view has the First Amendment hamstringing the government in significant ways in the most important time periods. What would you have the government do? I've heard you say a couple times that the government can post its own speech, but in my hypothetical, kids, this is not safe, don't do it, is not going to get it done. And so I guess some might say that the government actually has a duty to take steps to protect the citizens of this country, and you seem to be suggesting that that duty cannot manifest itself in the government encouraging or even pressuring platforms to take down harmful information. So can you help me? Because I'm really worried about that because you've got the First Amendment operating in an environment of threatening circumstances from the government's perspective, and you're saying that the government can't interact with the source of those problems.
She wonders why the government can't tell you what you can say or not say and what you can take in and what you cannot.
The Constitution, ma'am. That's why.
The First Amendment.
Well, this is where the Democrats are going with this.
Oh, my God.
She is so confused on the fact of what happened during this entire time. The process of me asking whether a mask really works or not based on other medical experts is completely different than what she's trying to lead down. What she's trying to say is, if TikTok told every kid to go out and jump off a bridge and every kid jumped off a bridge, shouldn't the government step in and make sure that every kid doesn't jump off the bridge and we throttle back that content? Okay, I understand but that's not what this is about. This is about them taking away the right from certain people, and they continue to say, well, you haven't shown any damage. They haven't looked at everybody's damage. The people who lost YouTube accounts and money. People like 1776 United who sold T-shirts and everything, who were removed from Facebook, who were removed
and have
from
never
Instagram,
recovered.
And never recovered. And unfortunately, were never able to do business quite the same they were when this was a popular item because they were shut down by media companies. So people are being damaged by their First Amendment rights.
Well, when you look at just 1918, I know we're going way back and to get into the Sedition Act under Woodrow Wilson. The problem that occurred and where it was found to be unconstitutional was that in a time of war, if you criticize the government, it was against the law because we're in a time of war. It's an emergency. All right. She is arguing that in a time of emergency, such as a pandemic, the government gets to decide what you can and cannot hear. Right. And can and cannot read. And she's arguing for it, like, why is the government hamstrung? Like, because it's supposed to be. Damn it.
That's the entire point. If
Can I ask her this?
If we're going to save this country, we've got to start people have to realize that there are restrictions on the damn government. That's the whole point.
So can I ask her this? When I see a red hand on Twitter from a Hamas terrorist,
or
that means kill, because that comes from a man killing Jews and people celebrating that because he put his bloody hands in a mirror window, and that's why they do that. But can I do that? Can I say this is an emergency because Jews are being killed, Jews are being targeted? We had one that was killed by a megaphone because the guy didn't like it. So anybody who supports Palestine, let's remove them from social media then based on her standard?
It's exactly right, man.
So take a listen to Brian Fletcher. Now he's arguing on behalf of the government. And he ends up accidentally making the point for the state of Missouri. He's going to talk about where people were getting their information on COVID and how that's a bad thing.
It's got these big clubs available to it. And so it's treating Facebook and these other platforms like they're subordinates. Would you do that to the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or the Associated Press or any other big newspaper or wire service?
So specifically, you mentioned demanding an answer right away and cursing them out. The only time that happens is in an email that's about the president's own Instagram account. It's not about moderating other people's
Okay, well, put that aside. There's all the rest. So constant meetings, constant emails. We want answers. Right. We're partners. We're on the same team. Do you think that the print media regards themselves as being on the same team as the federal government, partners with the federal government?
So potentially in the context of an effort to get Americans vaccinated during a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. And I really think that piece of context, it doesn't change the First Amendment principles, but it's relevant to how they apply here. And I think it's important to understand that at this time, this was a time when thousands of Americans were still dying every week, and there was a hope that getting everyone vaccinated could stop the pandemic. And there was a concern that Americans were getting their news about the vaccine from these platforms, and the platforms were promoting, not just posting, but promoting bad information.
I understand.
Oh, they were promoting bad information.
Right. And now we know.
In hopes that they were correct in using that information. Well, my hope is that, Donald Trump is president because it'd make the country better. So anybody who's against him, let's take their thoughts away. So stupid.
So if you just want to talk about a baseline, and I'll even reference a doctor like Dr. Pierre Corey, who was on with Tucker Carlson last week. And he talked about the importance of vitamin D, something I've talked about for the better part of 3 years. When you have a baseline of recognizing 25 and over, if you're not vitamin D deficient, COVID is basically a nothing burger for most people if they're not vitamin D deficient. So if you had a national campaign to talk about the importance of supplementing with vitamin D, go walk outside, go get some vitamin D, especially if you're a person of color, that would have been recognized by the government as bad information.
Right.
And they did.
Do y'all remember when I went and spoke to that high school? It's probably been 6 months ago now. The teacher was in there, and she couldn't believe that I believed in absolute freedom of speech. She's like, well, you don't believe that people should be able to wave a Nazi flag or a flag that's offensive.
By all means, do it. I want to know who you are.
I want to know where the crazy is. But then I tried to dig down deep with her a little further, and I was like, well, what about, let's flip the script. What about somebody waving a Hamas flag? Do you think that someone of Jewish descent would find that as hate speech? Should that be shut down? What about vice versa? And all of a sudden, she was pretzel. She didn't know where to go.
Right.
She didn't have an answer.
Right.
That's the thing.
Because the trans flag, to me, is very offensive.
Freedom
sometimes.
of speech is imperative.
Yeah.
Absolute freedom of speech is imperative. And that's the thing that I can't convey enough to those who would limit it, like Ketanji Brown Jackson. Like, what is it that you don't see? It seems very crystal clear to me.
I mean, it seems so crystal clear. I don't think she's in the right job. I think this DEI hire for her to be a Supreme Court justice and eliminating 94% of the candidates is a huge problem at this point in regards to her not understanding what the First Amendment right is. I don't want anybody to infringe on her First Amendment right to say whatever she wants, whether it's against me or not. She could come out and say, I don't like Jews. I think you're a colonist. I think you're, a horrible person. Fine, go ahead. Tell me what you think of me. I don't agree with you. I don't care. But you have that right to say that. Just like everybody else. I want to see your Hamas flag so I can see that you're an idiot, that you're dumb.
I want to know where the crazy begins.
Right.
Help me. Just be honest and help me find out where the crazy begins.
Fly your flags. I don't care. It's not going to go in my classroom, though. I don't want any of them in my classroom. The only flag I think that should be flown is those ones. The ones with the stars and the stripes. Those are the only flags in our country that should be flying.
This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your Atlanta Carrier experts, you can call them to get a maintenance agreement or a new Carrier system. They got great deals. 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia. For today, the first day of spring, Tuesday, March 19th, and it's 30 degrees. Attorneys for Donald Trump and 7 co-defendants have asked Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee to grant a certificate of immediate review to appeal his recent decision that kept Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis on the Fulton County election interference case. If Judge McAfee grants the application, it will then be up to the Court of Appeals to decide whether or not they will hear the case. Duluth Police have arrested a man who randomly attacked 2 people in Duluth off of Peachtree Industrial Road and Pleasant Hill Road. 37-year-old Warren Creighton allegedly punched a 16-year-old boy in the face while leaving a Kroger store. The attack left the boy bloodied. Creighton then attacked a man working at a car wash, leaving the victim with a broken back. Police say Creighton is facing multiple charges, including aggravated assault. And in sports, the Atlanta Hawks' Jalen Johnson scored 25 points last night, but not enough as the Hawks get crushed by LeBron James and the Lakers 136-105. The Georgia Bulldogs men's basketball team kick off their NIT tournament tonight in Athens when they take on Xavier in the first round matchup. Tip-off from Stegman, scheduled for 7 o'clock.
Half a point, LeBron. Half a point, man.
Do better.
Yeah.
Do better.
I needed 25 and a half. He scored 25.
That's right. So you lost in your...
an underdog.
In your underdog.
Yeah. I finally took an L.
Well, you did. Well, but at least you're not Bruno Mars.
No, it's not $50 million worth.
$50 million worth of L. Next on Extra 106.3. Speaking of gambling, your ability to gamble on sports. If the next guest that we have, Marcus Wadauer, has his way, sports gambling will be legal here in Georgia. We'll talk to him next about that possibility. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
You know, Marines sign up because they're willing to die for their country. And even worse, we are willing to kill for our country. Trust me, it's not the same, and it's not like the movies.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
When you crank up your car, what do you want it to do? Work. When you write with an ink pen, what do you want it to do? Work. That's all you want. You want it to work. That's especially true when it comes to the comfort inside your home. Your heating and air conditioning system, when you flip it on, you want it to work.
I turned on my AC last week. Then I had to turn on my heat last night.
I know, right? Going back and forth. But you want it to work, whichever one is on.
So thank you to Central Heating and Air.
See, Lowe's, like me,
that's why it works,
is a customer of Central Heating and Air Conditioning. He has them come out and do the maintenance agreement, and has them to do the maintenance on his HVAC system. So no matter which way he flips that switch.
Every other day.
Oh, yeah, especially this time of year, because it was really warm all weekend, and now it's really cold again. It's kind of the false spring thing. If you want to be in the same boat with me and Lowe's, call Central Heating and Air Conditioning. It's so easy. So when you flip on the switch, it works. Whichever side you go on, heat or air, it works. Maintenance is the reason. You have to take care of that machinery, just like you have to change the oil in your car. You want it to work when you need it to work. And if you've waited too long and your system is really, really old, or you've not done that maintenance that it needs and you need a new system altogether, you can get a great deal on a Carrier system. They are your Atlanta Carrier experts. They are Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
You know, the cool part is when you have the maintenance agreement, they get out to your house quick, and it's going to get hot here soon.
That's exactly right.
So you got an issue, get them out.
You better do it right away. Central Heating and Air Conditioning.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. At a Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds from local to federal for any jail in any city. And in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A second chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call a Second Chance 24/7 at 770-627-3235 or online at atlbail.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
So, Robert, I want to thank you for your time. I just don't think you're the right person for this position.
I don't understand. Was it something I said?
Well, we did a background check on you and found some things of concern.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. horizonscreening.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Hey there, it's Janelle King, host of The Janelle King Show, right here on Extra 106.3 FM, where we are unafraid and unapologetic. We explore the topics that matter the most. You can catch us on Saturdays at 4 p.m. and encore episode on Sundays at 9 a.m. And catch up on past episodes by going to the podcast park right here at Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts every single Tuesday. Until then, stay unafraid, stay unapologetic, and never stop seeking the truth.
Search for the Extra 106.3 app wherever you download apps by searching XTRA 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. That way you never miss a minute of conservative discussion throughout the day, and the shows on the station are so incredible that you can't miss. But if you can't listen when they're on the air live, you can go listen on demand. Download that Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android. Just search for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta. Marcus Wiedauer is a representative here in Georgia, and he represents House District 119, which includes parts of Oconee and Athens-Clarke County. Been a representative since 2018, serving his second 2-year term in office. Marcus, thank you so much for coming on the show. I'm going to talk a little bit about some sports gambling this morning, which we know you're in support of.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so we're all, I think everybody on this show is pretty in favor of sports gambling. I mean, we sit here at Diggy Broadcasting at Extra, here at the Battery, Atlanta, across from the Braves. Los is the resident expert on gambling on the show.
The bookie.
He's the bookie.
But I look at it as this is a state revenue issue, and we have everyone else around us doing this. Why are we not taking part as of yet?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing right now, right? It's we got 38 states that are doing it. Everyone around us is doing it. Everyone in Georgia is doing it. They're using VPNs. They're masking where their phone is actually located, and they're placing these bets right now. And we're losing all that revenue to states around us like North Carolina and Tennessee, Florida, that all are doing it right now, and these are tax dollars that need to be coming and staying in the state.
So we got Senate Bill 386 that already has passed one chamber, and this is proposing a constitutional amendment to the voters, which would pave the way to the online sports betting. Where do you think we stand, and the others that have already failed? What is the holdup once we get past this constitutional amendment?
Well, I think the biggest issue is the loud voices, right, are people that are opposed. I think the folks that are doing it right now, I mean, look, they can do it. Like I just said, I mean, they're doing it right now, so it doesn't really, in their minds, necessarily affect them, right? So they're not, my colleagues aren't hearing from those people that want to just do it legally. And my point is for the guys that are doing it with bookies and what have you, I mean, there's no protections for them right now, right? There's nothing that we can do to help them if they get into a problem. There's nothing we can do to regulate it. There's nothing we're doing right now to keep tax dollars here. And the folks down here aren't necessarily hearing from the folks back home that just want to do it legally. So, I'd love to say it's going to pass. This is something we've been kind of banging our heads against the wall for a while. I don't partake in it myself. I just think it's something that we need to be doing to offer up services for problem gambling. We offer up an ability to continue to fund education in the state of Georgia, which is obviously paramount.
Marcus Wiedauer is our guest on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, talking about gambling and sports gambling in the state of Georgia. I'm glad you brought up the fact that you don't gamble, because I think that's a good point of view, and I think that's something that people need to know. Because I'm with you. I have no problem with people gambling. I mean, look, people are going to make the decision to do whatever they want to do, and whether it's legal or not, they're going to find a way to do it. Or, like you said, go out of state and do it somewhere else and then take their tax dollars with them, rather. Now, my mama, it's so funny. Mama is in church every Sunday, and if she could, she'd be in the casino, every other day besides that. It's just funny the way that she operates. But that's the thing. Like, in our household, both of us do things differently and yet appreciate and value the other person's opinion. And I think for her, she is all behind it. For me, I don't really care, but I do hate missing out on the tax dollars. So I'm glad that you brought up that you didn't even gamble, that you don't gamble, because I think that's important for people to know.
Well, and it's funny you mentioned that. I mean, I lost my grandmother at Christmas, and the last time I went to a casino is because we all went to the casino that night because that's what my grandmother wanted to do.
That's right.
And so it is. It's different strokes for different folks, and I just want, again, I want to give the state the same opportunities that 38 other states have given themselves, and be able to keep the tax dollars here in this state.
I agree 100%. We need to stay away from some casinos, though, according to a lot of people, and they think it brings down the communities in Atlanta. We know right now is a complete mess with everything that's going on in Fulton County. How do we avoid having casinos come in, or do we not avoid it and allow? Because I'm like you. I'm all for gambling. I don't like gambling. I don't like losing money. It's not something I would do. Casinos never bother me. I grew up with my grandparents in Atlantic City, although they did lose most of their money to gambling, so it is a concern of mine.
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, this absolutely has no brick and mortar scenario, right? And I actually, if anybody's ever heard me on this, I don't want casinos at all.
Right.
So what this is, I mean, again, this is online sports betting that people are engaging in today. We're not changing the culture of the state by passing this today. If we were to bring casinos in, we were to bring horse racing in, anything like that, that starts to change the culture of what we see as we drive down the street, right? This is simply what people are doing right now on their phones as you and I are speaking right now. So that's, I mean, I agree with you completely. I mean, there are advocates for casinos and horse racing. I'm not one of them.
Marcus Wiedauer joins us, Georgia State Representative, and I think that's the important part to get across to people is that when we're talking about mobile sports betting, it's basically a location services-oriented event. You already have all of these applications where all these other states are able to get their cut. All we're looking to do is basically say, when you do that here in the state of Georgia, not only will you be able to make that transaction, but the state will also see their end of it.
That's correct, and I mean, and just a couple other aspects of it, right? Some of the concerns I've heard, rightfully so, right, is marketing to teenagers. Well, guess there's nothing in code right now for us to go after the people that are doing that. This bill also allows us to go after any industry member who's going to start targeting and advertising to children or young adults that are not old enough to be doing this, which they're doing currently. And we have no teeth in any law right now to be able to go after those folks that are preying on those people.
And I think
so there's a lot of things.
And if you don't mind me pointing this out, I mean, when this legislation was initially, came out and was put forth in front of the Georgia State House, you had 36 states. And suddenly it's 38. It continues to proliferate. So the idea of us being left behind on this really speaks to us being in kind of an archaic view of how technology and this form of entertainment is occurring.
Well, I agree with that, of course. But on top of that, this simply is going to give the voters that decision, right? If they don't want it, they won't vote for it. So at least give the Georgians the opportunity to decide whether or not they want to be left behind. I think that's pretty cut and dry.
Representative Marcus Wiedauer on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. And if you take just a broad look at this, for me, as a guy that don't gamble, just like you, what's the difference in gambling on a Braves game or or whatever sport that you choose? What's the difference in that and walking into a convenience store or a gas station and buying a lottery ticket? Because I don't see any.
Well, not a thing, which is exactly why I put it towards the lottery, right? I mean, I want the lottery to be the ones regulating this. It's not any different. And quite frankly, you bring up convenience stores. I mean, it's kind of astonishing to me that we have coin-operated amusement machines in almost every convenience store across the state, which essentially are slot machines. Mm-hmm. And for some reason, there's been pushback on mobile sports betting. I think it's an interesting dynamic there.
Yeah, plus they're like holding up the line when I'm trying to get my Mountain Dew.
Get out of the way, gamblers!
Treat it like a teller at the bank.
Like, get out of my, stop scratching those things, move to the side, mister. Can I talk about SB 189, which ballot scanners now will count votes, and we've talked a lot about the machines, the QR codes here on our station a lot. I don't like not knowing who I voted for based on a QR code. It's already passed one chamber. Do you think that will pass and we'll be back to text and bubbles?
Well, I will tell you, I'm more in the mindset of that there is another technology. Quite frankly, I chair appropriations subcommittee that dealt with this a little bit. We put some money in there to be able to read these ballots and ignore the QR code in an auditable way. So basically, use the QR code as it stands, but you can pick any. Right now we're also allowing to upload an image of every one of those ballots for anybody to use. Now, no information on there, right? It's just a ballot with a name on there for my candidate. So you can hand count those. You can use the QR code, or you can run it through a scanner that just reads the words on the paper and able to audit the count of the QR codes. I feel like that's probably more fiscally responsible way to go about this than changing the whole system at this point.
Yeah, and for that matter, you could do all three.
Yeah,
if you needed to, right? Like just to ease everybody's mind, because right now, Marcus, people are uncomfortable and uneasy with voting. And this is across the country, not just in Georgia, but Georgia's what we care about. And there's so many people here that are so concerned that voting as a practice is not being done correctly and on the up and up, and that would help and improve. And once you lose faith in voting, what's next? Faith in law and order, faith in anything.
All the things. And listen, I mean, you guys know, I mean, from the first election ever held, somebody has tried to cheat. Right. So this is never going to end, and the conversation's never going to end. And we're tasked with restoring that confidence at all levels. Right. So I'm with you. Do all three. I mean, I don't care how many times you want to check it. If we can put systems in place where we can quickly verify whatever main system we're using, I don't think we could ever go to a system. Okay, go back to paper ballots. You're going to tell me that we go back to paper ballots and somebody's not going to go, well, how do I, we need to be able to audit this in a different way as well. So that conversation's never going to end. So I'm for multiple duplicative layers of verifying these elections.
Marcus Wiedauer joining us here. Okay, one last thing. I want this one more than anything else. I know that this legislative session is going crazy right now, but I want a license plate that says America First. So I want that bill, SB 507, to get through more than any other one.
Well, I can tell you this: I personally voted to pass that out of committee. So I'm with you,
nice.
And hopefully we're going to see that on the backs of some cars very soon.
Well,
Sarah, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Marcus, thank you so much. Thank you for what you did for the state of Georgia. Appreciate you taking the time to come on and talk with us this morning. Hope you'll come back soon.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yes, sir. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. When we continue, Mike Johnson's warning about the GOP primarying each other kind of falls on deaf ears, and maybe for good reason. Next on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10, then Beck, then Clay and Buck, then Cammer, 3 until 6.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins the show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
I ain't going to Disney. I ain't going to Whitewater. I ain't going to Six Flags. You know why? Because I don't like to wait. I ain't going to wait in line for nothing. And you won't have to either if you want service on your home. I'm talking service that is going to improve the way your home looks. Maybe you need new roofing. Maybe you need siding, windows, gutters, you name it. The folks at Southern Exteriors will not make you wait. You heard me right. No endless waiting. So when you call somebody, they say, oh, yeah, we can get to you in a few weeks. That's not Southern Exteriors. They can get you in right away. They are big enough to accommodate anybody and everybody at the time you want it done. So get out there. Get that leaky roof fixed. Get the siding squared away. Get the painting done. Get the windows and gutters fixed. Southern Exteriors can transform your home. 8779-SOUTHERN, 8779-SOUTHERN, or southernexteriors.co, southernexteriors.co.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Join Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, cpapsetc.com.
Hey fans, Xander from Atlanta Painting Company here, and with spring on the horizon, the home team won't be the only ones painting corners in Atlanta. This spring, save 10% off all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is to protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we are the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Hey sandwich lovers, today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food, and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
Sequoia National Golf Club is located 45 minutes west of Asheville, North Carolina, and nestled among the Oak, Fir, and Flowered Valleys in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains. Owned by the Eastern Band of the Cherokee, this Robert Trent Jones II design offers an idyllic 18-hole journey filled with panoramic vistas on every hole, beautiful landscapes, and a fun mountain golf experience. Enjoy a relaxed lunch or afternoon beverage on the outdoor deck with 180-degree views of the Great Smoky Mountains. The surrounding community also provides golfers a welcoming environment that is rich with Native American culture and exciting year-round attractions. Sequoia National Golf Club is just 4 miles from Harrah's Cherokee Casino Resort and just a short drive from Atlanta. Experience a fun afternoon of golf with your friends or stick around for an epic stay-and-play weekend. Experience mountain golf at its finest and then go hit the casino floor. Book your tee time at sequoianational.com. That's sequoianational.com. Experience the majesty and beauty of Sequoia National, mountain golf at its finest.
Keep up with all of our shows and the latest headlines by following Extra 1063 on Instagram, X, Facebook, Truth Social, and all your social media platforms. Plus exclusive giveaways and more. So follow now at XTRA 1063.
I just saw one of the funniest things I think I've ever seen. Kevin Hart nearly in tears while eating hot wings. Who would have thought that would be so entertaining, yet Los, it is.
Telling you, so much fun to watch on YouTube. Watch Hot Ones. I stumbled into it several years ago. I let it go for a while. Now it's built up into like 8 or 9 seasons.
Yeah.
And it's just fun. There's something weird about watching people be tortured by what they're eating. Who are normally composed, by the way.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Yeah, they're always able to talk and say the right things. You know, they're on camera, they're on screen, they're on stage. They always do it just right. And then you throw some scalding hot, incredible nuclear power hot wings, and they fall apart. They collapse like a deck of cards or a house of cards.
You can't think.
I never eat wings that hot, though. I don't find that enjoyable. Do you like it?
I like it really hot. I like really spicy foods, though. I
used to. Not that hot, though.
But I don't know, man, when they get to certain scorch levels, like we have one where in St. Augustine, and my girlfriend Erin would have to remind me the name of this company, but they make or the pepper is only made in St. Augustine. You can't get it anywhere else. It's the only place it's made. And they make these hot sauces that are scorching hot. And I love mixing it in with my eggs and my super breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
And, those kind of things. And but you take it and put it on a chip, it's the worst thing in the world, man.
I'm really into spicy stuff. And that's
like
happened
that kind of spicy though, like where it makes you cry.
See, but that's why I'm curious, because like I had some Singapore noodles, what they're called, over from a little place down the street from our volleyball facility.
Yeah, they don't mess around with that Asian
and they do
spice.
So they ask you like what level, and they only said like 1, 2, or 3, and I was like, let me just be safe. I'm gonna just do 2.
Yeah,
dude, like my nose was running.
Yeah,
I'm sweating. my face is red. My mom is sitting there laughing. She's like, how are you handling this?
We were laughing at Kevin Hart.
And I'm sitting there just pounding drinks, trying to kind of calm it down. I can feel the seeds in my mouth. Like, that's how hot it was.
I think this is...
It was awesome, though.
I think this is something we need to do. Maybe we can get, like, one of our friends over at, we have friends over at Wicked Wings, which is a really good place up there. They do some wings that are so hot like that. I think that we should do a remote and have a hot wing eating contest
for
and
other
interview.
people.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was for us. I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
And then we'll interview them as they're eating the wings as well, and we'll see how hot, because I think Carlos and I can go to a level. Let's see what the level is that
I'm
we
on
can
level
get
wimpy.
to.
I'll
Well, then you'll have to join from mild to, and then you stop when you can't take anymore.
Which would be probably medium. That's where I stop, is medium.
But it looks you like push it a little bit, buddy.
I don't want to.
You have to for radio purposes.
That's a terrible idea.
It looks like these people are eating pepper spray.
No,
they are so overcome with how hot it is and how much it's messing with them.
What is the joy of this? I don't understand the joy.
Some people like really hot stuff.
No,
the pepper, by the way, is the daddle pepper.
I just looked it up too. Is it daddle or datil or what is it?
Datil, maybe? I don't know.
Datil is how it's spelled.
Yeah, and the company is Red Flag Foods, and they make some. The flavor though of this sauce is so good, but then the heat kicks in, you kind of lose it. But it's
exactly. You lose the good part.
No, but you still get some of that flavor in there, although your tongue is bleeding.
Yeah, exactly. Just no joy. That does not sound like joy to me. It sounds terrible.
I'm calling out any wing places or anybody who works at a wing place. Let us know, and we'll see if we can set up a day where we go do our show and eat wings.
Film. And film people eating things that make them
just you
tortured.
Down the
watch you cry. I'm not doing it.
Down the street is Feast. Okay, over in the Battery.
Yeah, the place is good.
Oh, they'll add some spice to whatever you're having. But I'm curious, what level in comparison?
Oh my God,
it's hot.
Okay, so I went to get that drunken noodles that Lowe's told me to go get there, and I was like, all right. And they're like, how do you look? Are you okay with spice? And I said, yeah. And they go, what level? And I said, whatever. I mean, what would you do? And he goes, no, you don't want to do what I do. I go, one down from that. And that about crushed my face.
See, but that doesn't sound good. You're saying it almost crushed my face.
I kind of want the food to bite me back.
Yeah, I don't. I want to enjoy the food.
No.
Yes.
Well, no, enjoyment is that every single time I take a bite, it's taking a bite out of me, and it's a race.
That doesn't sound like anything to enjoy there. It sounds terrible, sounds awful, and that's why Kevin Hart couldn't speak.
At Front Office Lowe's, if you like spicy food.
Yeah.
Let's be spicy food friends together.
Me too.
Right on. Yeah, y'all do it. I will watch y'all suffer.
No,
I just don't want to suffer myself.
We'll give you milk.
I like milk.
Chocolate milk?
I do like chocolate milk.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my
I'll get you
Achilles heel.
I kind of want to get you some Singapore noodles right now. Level 2 hot.
Yeah.
And let's just...
Level 2 sounds okay, but I'm guessing it's not.
It was hot.
Okay, yeah.
I was feeling it. It was all in my mouth.
Crazy thing, I used to like spicier foods, but as I've gotten older, man, I've turned into the biggest wimp. I've turned into a big old wuss, and I'm okay with it. I'm comfortable in it.
There's a flavor to it. And yes, sometimes after you eat so much of it, and maybe that's because I'm fat and I should stop eating probably at a cup of drunken noodles, but I need to eat 3 cups of drunken noodles. But maybe I should have stopped at the cup because the flavor's still there until a point. When I get to that point where it just overwhelms me, then I kind of lose the flavor of the sauce. But the food is always still good. So I don't know. I'm going to do this. I love this idea. I think we need to go to a wing place and see how far we can go.
Board up, Joe.
You can stop when you cry.
I love spicy food. It turns it into a game. It makes it a challenge.
It does.
What?
Yes.
I don't want eating to be a challenge. If I did, I would go wrestle an alligator or something and then eat it when I was done.
That.
Yeah, but exactly.
Okay,
people
fine. You do that. We'll do the hot sauce challenge. Yours sounds way worse.
I don't want to do either one. I'm just saying that people do that.
You got to pick. You either do wings or you wrestle an alligator, and I'm not taking no for an answer.
That's right. No.
In the interest of fairness.
No. Wow.
I am just fine saying no.
I'm looking online. Everybody's like, wow, Tug's boring. Tug's boring. Tug don't like us. Tug don't
You're
care.
exactly right. No, I'm willing to go watch y'all suffer through it.
So you'll be the judge.
Come be entertained with me.
Fine, then you have to wear a helmet with 2 milk bottles on each side with straws that feed me and Carlos, and you have to sit in the middle of us then.
I mean, look, I'll be there for moral support. If that's what it takes to be the moral supporter, I guess I can do that. I can do that.
That's fair.
Yeah, I've told everybody from the beginning of the show, our family's like Andy Griffith show, man. I'm very boring, and I'm comfortable in my boringness.
Okay, that's fair. Now I'm in the mood for wings. I think I'm going to end up at Wicked Wings today eating some wings.
That's right. Okay, well, good.
I just want to know what level 2 spice is for the place I was at. Like, I want to understand the scorch level there.
Yeah, I don't have any idea. Hey, quickly, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, is warning: do not GOP, do not primary other members of the GOP. And I'm just not sure that he's in the right headspace, kind of like y'all eating all these crazy, stupid hot dogs.
Yeah, he lost me when he was talking about this because he brought in Ukrainian funding and these are bills that we need to get instead of fighting amongst each other. We need to get these bills passed. I don't think we do. And again, they are protecting the establishment. That's what he's saying is, let's protect the establishment. Let's protect ourselves from being primaried. He doesn't want a Marjorie Taylor Greene. He doesn't want bulldogs in there that are going to speak for the American people. He wants politicians in seats. That's the way it seems to me. And he's supposed to be a conservative leader. No. I want every America First candidate. I want every We the People Constitution-loving candidate to primary challenge any establishment Republican. No, Mike Johnson, no.
It only makes sense that it kind of goes back to meritocracy, right? We were talking about it earlier. Like, the best will survive. The cream of the crop will, the cream will always rise to the top. It seems that way in this too. Because I'll be honest, long time ago, maybe even just 5 years ago, I was like, well, I don't know, primarying each other, it gives the other side ammunition. They're going to use everything that you say against you, whatever. It doesn't matter because the best candidate is who I want. And how do you get that? You primary them. You put them through the task. You put them through the obstacle course. You make them earn your vote.
This is where I talk about how it's not a politician problem. We have a people problem. Mm-hmm. Until we get comfortable with the idea when you have the Speaker of the House saying, we need to avoid these No, we need to primary the hell out of anybody you don't agree with. You need to raise money. The problem is, and Neil Bortz is right, when you have a two-party system, this is the only way to really change things, because what will happen is the Democrats and the Republicans make it a point to give the money to their chosen candidate. You got to beat them in the primary.
We have a 4-party system with 2 parties because you do have progressives, moderates, Republicans, and then the right ones that believe in America first.
Amen to that. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Yes, it's tax season, but Los, he's keeping receipts for a different reason. We'll talk about that next. After the Neil Bortz Report and the Fox News update coming up on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Hope you'll stick around for Beck, for Clay and Buck at noon, and then the local afternoon show with the Kimmer 3 until 6.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, here we are. It's March, and people are starting to worry about getting their taxes filed next year. So that brings me to this. It didn't have to be that way. We could have had the fair tax by now. No federal income tax. But the politicians didn't want to give up that power, and the people of this country were too consumed by bread and circuses to demand it. Life without the income tax. Well, first of all, you wouldn't be worrying about gathering all your tax information and sending it off to the government. All the financial details of your life. Worried about audits. Worried about maybe missing a W-2 form somewhere. And for the last year, you would have been living with a system whereby you didn't pay 1 penny to the federal government until you took care of the basic needs of your family. Food, shelter, clothing, transportation. Yeah, I know it sounds complicated, but there's $20+ million of research behind that. Tell me about another tax plan with that much research behind it. Passage of the fair tax would have been the largest transfer of power from government back to the people in the history of this country. But so many Americans were too busy looking at the recruiting records of their favorite college football team. or trying to lower their golf handicap. That's me. No, the Fair Tax Act is not dead. It is still before the Congress, but there is no national push from the people to get it done, so it, for now, won't get done. Keep loaning the government money by overpaying your taxes during the year, and then on tax day you can say, I didn't have to pay anything. I'm getting some back. Yeah, continue with the stupidity and intellectual laziness. Maybe your children or your grandchildren can live in a country without the IRS. Not going to happen for you. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Horizon Background Screening is a fully licensed and insured private investigations firm that focuses on litigation support for law firms, criminal defense cases, and background investigations. We are also FCRA compliant and process pre-employment background checks, tenant screening, and background checks for volunteer organizations. Whether your business is a law firm needing anything from scene investigations to witness interviews, or a company that requires pre-employment background checks, we have the experience you need. Visit horizonscreening.com to learn more. That's horizonscreening.com.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can.
It's a ridiculous fine for a crazed ruling. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's part of former President Trump's rant this morning on Truth Social, claiming the judge in New York who sided with the Attorney General that the Trump organization committed fraud is taking away his appellate rights. The former president writing he may be forced to sell assets at fire sale prices that would be gone when he wins on appeal. This is the day after Trump lawyers said they're unable to post bond for that appeal.
Trump's team asked about 30 insurance companies to back the bond. None of them were willing to take the risk. Much of Trump's wealth is tied up in real estate, golf clubs, and resorts. And the bonding companies won't accept that as collateral. They want cash, liquidity, which Trump doesn't have. And if you can't come up with it, by March 25th, New York's Attorney General Letitia James may start to try and sell and seize some of Trump's most notable assets.
Fox's Griff Jenkins. There are presidential contests in 5 more states today, including Arizona, where President Biden will go today after a trip to Nevada. Polls have shown former President Trump leading in both states that he lost in 2020. But since those two are already the presumptive nominees, there's no drama in that voting today. So a big focus will be on Ohio, where there's a Republican Senate primary.
Businessman Bernie Moreno is fully embracing the MAGA movement, and former President Trump. Trump endorsed him. We're also watching Secretary of State Frank LaRosa's campaign. He's talking a lot about his past military service in the Army. State Senator Matt Dolan is urging voters to see him as a fiscal conservative. He also drew a contrast with some Republicans, vowing, if elected, to spend more money on Ukraine.
That's Fox's Mark Meredith. The winner will try to unseat Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown in November. Now, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is meeting with dozens of American allies in Germany, focused on the battle against Russia.
The free world will not let Ukraine fail.
Though the new U.S. military aid to Ukraine remains stalled in Congress. 6 ex-law enforcement officers will be sentenced in Mississippi, 2 each the next 3 days after they pleaded guilty to torturing 2 black men last year in a racially motivated attack. America's listening to Fox News.
The Fed is setting a digital dollar control trap. The new FedNow system might sound modern and convenient, but the truth is it's all about surveillance and control. Don't be fooled. Secure your assets right now with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, former advisor to Donald Trump. And in these times of uncertainty, I believe the best way to defend your savings is to use tangible assets, which is why I recommend a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group, because gold has a 5,000-year track record as the ultimate guardian of wealth. To find out more, get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, so text PROTECT to the number 989898. Text PROTECT to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
Does your friend listen to an old station whose news gives them the blues? Set your friend right. Tell him to download the Xtra 1063 app.
Yes, sir, you should, because it's convenient and it gives you flexibility. That's really all we ask for in life, is the ability to do things when we want to and not be hindered. I mean, it's pretty easy. People, that's all you got to do is give them the opportunity to do that. And most folks are pretty happy about it. So that's why we do it for the Xtra 1063 app, and make sure that you have that added flexibility that you want and that you need. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra.
I love this song.
We're on the air until 10. Little John Michael Montgomery singing about Grundy County.
This is so hard. Here's my favorite part.
Turn it up. I'm about to bid my heart goodbye. The Grundy County Auction is a real place. It's there on Montego Mountain as you head over from Chattanooga to Nashville.
I have tried 100 times. I know every word to what he says right there. I still can't keep up with it.
He says it fast.
Have you ever heard like a local radio swap shop?
Yes, which I love too. I got 17 chickens, and I'm hoping somebody will change it out for a go-kart. That's what usually comes out.
And it's for an hour or two. All people do is call in and tell you about what they have. And it's still one of the funnier things. I've got to see if we can find it around here.
Can we do that?
Well, it's funny you mention it. So a friend of mine, Brian Hoyt, who worked over at our sister station, a one-time partner before he died mentally. The thing about Hoyt was that he pulled audio from a swap shop show in Alabama and then called in to our friends Nick and Chris and played it. And
like on a soundboard or something?
Basically, so this guy starts talking to Nick and Chris about how he's got a refrigerator from a widow woman who, her husband died and you need to get rid of it. I'll trade it for a tractor part. Dude,
it is wall-to-wall entertainment, man.
It's so much fun.
If you have maybe a couple cold pops in you,
listen,
it gets even funnier.
I'm telling you, because right now I'm going to let everybody know I have a really nice antique brake front, which, you keep China and all that in it. It's all wood. It's beautiful. I'll trade that for a tiller right now.
There you go.
See, just call Swap Shop.
That's it, man. We'll do an Extra 1063 905 Swap Shop.
Or any kind of gardening equipment, really.
That's right. We'll get you Riders Rain in here. Come on. All you have to do is call us up. 404-741-1230. 404-741-1230. What you got to swap? Just tell me. We'll swap it out. We'll find somebody to swap with you.
I love
it. Doesn't matter what it is. Dude, I think we should absolutely do a swap shop once in a while. Even if it's just like once a month, just because it's awesome. Just because it makes me smile. Just because it reminds me of my childhood. Mm-hmm. Every radio station in Dalton, Georgia that I grew up with, WBLJ, WYYU, WQMT, they all do.
This is
the swap shop.
The only way that Rhino's going to get chickens.
Yes.
He's going to have to trade for chickens.
Rhino Saturday Swap Shop coming soon to Extra 1063, live on location at the county fair.
There you go, or wherever. It doesn't matter. Absolutely.
Any flea market or any farmer's market, I would love to set up live and do a swap shop.
Dude, that'd be so good. But you got to prepare, though, because it's not the on-location thing that sets it into motion. That just gives it the ambiance.
Yes, I just need the ambiance.
Yeah, that's right. So good. The swap shop. So, yeah.
Be asking people as they walk by, hey, you want to swap that with this Trump hat?
Yeah.
I got a Trump teddy bear, too.
Seriously.
It's called the Trumpinator.
That's right. So good. Los has been doing something that, something he's always done. I mean, if you want a receipt on anything that's happened, specifically in the last 3 years. Now, you may have been doing it prior to that, too, Los, which I assume the answer is yes, but specifically in the last 3 years, you want a receipt for something, Los has got them all. And you've been keeping receipts on someone specific this time.
I appreciate the fact that you can go on Twitter, and it's almost like these people forget.
You search their name, you search a word, and you get all the receipts you want. So take a listen. This is Joe Scarborough, Morning Joe over on MSNBC, and he's upset that their lies, the media's lies, were called out by people on Twitter and everywhere else, X, pointing out that when you are saying Donald Trump and the bloodbath comment, clearly he's talking about the American auto industry. He points it out. He says, here's what's going to happen. This is the same guy who told you what was going to happen to gas and what was going to happen to inflation. He flat out told you 4 years ago, if you elect this man, here's what's going to happen. Take a listen to Scarborough's initial reaction to that.
He's talking about a bloodbath for America. It's laid out in the terms of it. And these idiots on Twitter, these idiots on cable news, these idiots on Sunday shows going, well, presidents, he was talking only about the auto industry, and this is one more. It's just bullshit. Let me say that at 6:15 a.m. It's just bullshit. He knew what he was doing. We're not stupid. Americans aren't stupid. He was talking about a bloodbath. Sometimes a bloodbath means a bloodbath. And when he finishes by saying, and that's just going to be the least of it, seriously, these people may be stupid. We're not.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you're dumb.
You are stupid.
So there's Morning Joe going off about this. Remember, he's the pretend conservative on there.
Yes,
that's
right.
the way they kind of put it forth.
They portray him.
Right. Again, he's playing a character. It's a game.
Like the Character News Network.
That's right. The Character News Network with Don Lemon, Don DeMond.
That's right.
So now take a listen, because if we remember, a bloodbath is a bloodbath, right? I mean, sometimes a bloodbath is a bloodbath.
Yes, that's right. It just means what it means.
Let's listen to Joe and his partner as, they use the term.
On the eve of this bloodbath, it was going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath. Would be an absolute bloodbath.
Bloodbath. This bloodbath in South Carolina.
There's going to be a bloodbath. There will be a bloodbath at the convention.
An absolute bloodbath.
This was going to be a bloodbath. Does this nominee get through without a bloodbath?
Hashtag bloodbath.
We're going to be having bloodbaths. This would be a bloodbath. It would be a bloodbath.
What's it going to be? What's it going to be again?
A bloodbath.
Oh, okay. Got
Them's called receipts.
Yeah.
Those are receipts.
I mean, as long as you're calling for violence, Morning Joe.
Yeah.
Because isn't that what you're doing?
That's exactly what he's doing. According to his own description of what Donald Trump said and what he meant, quote unquote meant, that's exactly what you're calling for.
The reason why they're so angry is because, first off, metaphors are lost on them. But beyond that, it's because they tried to pull off this grand hoax. And what they found out is that it's a different media environment than it was 3 years ago, 4 years ago. That's because of X, and that's because of Elon Musk. The information now gets out so much quicker that they have been left with relatively little power to create these sort of scenarios.
And you're seeing it with major newspapers too, right? It's not just there's anything in the mainstream media. It's just any traditional media. And look, our radio station is a traditional media, right? But the difference is people still consume talk radio, whether they consume it in podcast form or whether they consume it live. It doesn't matter. People are consuming it. The things that people aren't consuming as much anymore is cable news, because they feel like they're being misled every time they turn the news on. And you can see it when people are asked. Like, do you trust the media? I want to say it's down to like 18% of Americans say, yes, I trust that the media is telling me the truth when I watch it. It's only my Aunt Peg that believes that 18%, you know?
I have to fact check myself sometimes, just because that's who I am, the media, and being a part of the media. Now, of course, I'm not mainstream media in any way whatsoever, but even I go, wait, this is so ridiculous. I need to actually fact check myself and make sure that I have the correct information. But I also fact check everybody on Fox News. I fact check Breitbart.
As you should.
I fact check everyone, including CNN and everyone else. The problem is they continue down this. There are again, this is TDS. This is a man who has lost his mind. The only bloodbaths, the only calls for violence, the only violence I happen to see are people like Keith Olbermann, who calls about, killing President Trump, or maybe a Kathy Griffin who decided to cut Trump's head off and hold it up as an effigy. The only violence I continue to see is from the left. When I saw the cities being burned down, that wasn't by MAGA extremists or Donald Trump, who happened to be in office. He tried to put a stop to it. He tried to put a stop to the January 6th by asking for 10,000 National Guards. He doesn't want a bloodbath. He was the only one who asked for it. You know who seems to want a bloodbath? The people who refuse 10,000 National Guard members.
This is what upsets people like Joe Scarborough, because you're on a major network, so you expect major influence. And if you say something, it is supposed to become the universal truth. Here's what really happens. You're talking to about 900,000 to 1 million people. That's nothing to just snicker at and say, oh, it's no big deal. But if you were just to say, let's look at Tucker Carlson's timeline. And on Twitter, he has a piece of a video featuring Dan Crenshaw. Don't care for him. But here's the video of him commenting on giving Joe Biden the power, everything with the TikTok legislation. 11 million views. All right? He's 10 timesing what Scarborough does. Everyone on X is getting 10 times to more than that of the traditional media. So when the traditional media goes, hey, in the past, I just wrote about it, put it in the New York Times. Exactly. Here it is. Here's the information. Now, that doesn't get around the world the same way that it used to.
And if it does, and let's say it does, because there's a story every now and then that'll pop up and it'll get that traction, but then they are able to be, you're talking about fact checking.
Fact check quick.
It gets fact checked so quickly, and that pisses them off so
You're not supposed to judge them.
You can't.
That's their entire mentality.
You're not capable. You're not good enough to judge them.
You're not smart enough.
You're smart enough, all of it.
You think when Joe was cursing at you at 6:15 in the morning, he was doing that to make... No, he was upset that what he is trying to say is not resonating like it used to. Especially even 4 years ago. Remember, we have right now sitting in the Supreme Court a case going on that was argued yesterday and is being heard by the justices, and we'll get a ruling that'll come down the road, that the government looked at social media platforms as their partner, as in you say what we tell you to say.
Like the New York Times and Washington Post.
That is how they view this. And so when one of them breaks free, when people start doing other things that goes against the narrative, the system gets upset. That's why Joe Scarborough is cursing at you.
Yeah, that's why he's angry. That's why he's mad, and he will continue to be that way because there ain't no putting the genie back in the bottle. The toothpaste is not going back in the tube, and they will continue to fight and fight tooth and nail to make sure that you're kept in the dark, and that's the beauty of a station like Xtra 106.3, the opposite view. Mm-hmm. Now, this is not popular among D.C. people. This is not popular among politicians. This is not popular among the captive media, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
The people like Joe Scarborough, the people like Don Lemon, those people despise the fact that you have a different place to get information. They hate Twitter. They hate, now called X. They hate Elon Musk because of it. Because used to be, man, they were Elon Musk. They thought he was the greatest guy in the world when it was just Tesla.
Right.
What an awesome dude, man. He's saving the
Changed
planet.
the world.
Blah, blah. Yeah, saving the planet. Of course, we know green isn't green. Green energy is not green, and EVs aren't green. And if you've fallen for that trap, even as a conservative, you better go read some. You'll find out that it's not. But back then, they loved Elon. Now that he's taken their handcuffs off of everybody, they despise him.
Oh, they despise him, number one, because they go, he just invented the greatest way to travel in a EV vehicle with this Tesla. Then he's like, yeah, but we're not going union. Yeah, we're not staying here. We're going to Texas. Yeah, Democrats stink sometimes with their policies and their ideas. And then, boy, does he get challenged to the point where now you don't agree, now you're out.
This is how frustrated they get. Because with a free app, a thumb in 10 seconds, you can have access to us all day long.
Yeah, right.
A free app, a thumb, in 10 seconds, and you get all of this content, which they don't want you to hear anyway.
Dude.
That's what upsets them.
And here's another one. You know how ticked off the government is right now? The U.S. government, the fact that they're having to partner with Elon Musk and SpaceX to put satellites in the air, Intel satellites, because they can't do it on their own because they're completely inept.
Blame Barack Obama, who decided to curtail the NASA program at the time where we were having to hitch rides on Russian spaceships. And so then you have somebody come into the market and say, I can do it better and cheaper, and you'll eventually pay me for it.
That's right.
And they are.
And I love it. I love it. That's where our funding should go then. You know, let's cut our NASA funding and let private industry take over this. And one day, because he's getting really close, we're going to actually put a man on the moon.
What's so weird to me is that with the level of what we had to do in terms of seeing the value in SpaceX, right? They had to be capable of launching a craft into space and to bring it back in order to get government funding. Yet under Barack Obama, we were throwing dollars at the cylinders of the world that actually didn't show that they could produce what they said they could. And so the government's always going to be picking winners and losers. But think about the threshold for space where we had to say, yeah, you got to launch something up there and get it back in order to get funding, or else there's no dollars. Whereas when it came to green energy, well, you have a theory. We'll throw money at theory.
And now we're doing it again. With the Biden administration, the Inflation Reduction Act, quote unquote, which was actually the new Green Deal, and it is failing miserably as well. Anytime the government tries to pick winners and losers, they fail. They get it wrong. And that's why private industry is always so much better, and you're seeing it again.
I have so many good ideas that just need an angel investor. Like, I'm going to go to that corner office and start throwing out some things. Rhino, let's see what we got.
We got plenty.
We got plenty of ideas. I'm going to go to the corner office and be like, DD, I got this plan. What do you think?
Yeah.
Now, I might get laughed out of the office.
But at least you got somebody to pitch it to.
But then I can go to the government.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Plus, I'm short. While you distract him, I can climb around back and get his wallet out of his jacket.
I think.
I'll access his bank records.
Yeah.
He's so fast.
Oh, so good. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. If you want something done and done quickly and done right, contact Southern Exteriors, 8779-SOUTHERN, 8779-SOUTHERN, or southernexteriors.co.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Tuesday, March 19th, the first day of spring. Attorneys for Donald Trump and 7 co-defendants have asked Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee to grant a certificate of immediate review to appeal his recent decision that kept Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis on the Fulton County election interference case. If Judge McAfee grants the application, it will then be up to the Court of Appeals to decide whether or not they will hear the case. The Carroll County Sheriff's Office is looking for a 46-year-old woman, Samantha Tolbert. They are very concerned for her safety after her ex-husband, Jeremy Tolbert, was found with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Samantha's family has said they have not heard from her and are very concerned after the history of domestic violence between Tolbert and her ex-husband. The Sheriff's Office asks if you have any information on Samantha Tolbert's disappearance that you please call the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. And in sports, the Atlanta Hawks' Jalen Johnson scored 25 points last night, but not close enough as the Hawks get crushed by the Lakers 136-105. The Georgia Bulldogs men's basketball team will kick off their NIT tournament tonight in Athens when they take on Xavier in a first-round matchup.
When we come back on Extra 106.3, Hunter Biden saw what the Dems did for the January 6th committee and now wants his own made-for-TV event. Next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Download the app so you can listen live or on demand to the rest of the Morning Extra on the air until 10. Glenn Beck program at 10 till noon. Noon till 3. Clay and Buck, the biggest show in all of conservative media. And then the anchor, the man, the myth, the legend, the Kimmer Show, 3 until 6 on Extra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's the Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Why do politicians, both parties, love Social Security? The Democrats, because they can always tell voters Republicans are going to take their Social Security away, and Republicans so that they can say, no, we're not. We're going to save Social Security. There you go. Too bad the federal government won't let you invest the way you want to for your own retirement.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey, it's Front Office Lows for Underdog Fantasy. The NBA season is still here, and there's no easier way to get in on all the action than with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. It's easy. Pick 2 to 5 players from at least 2 different teams. Select higher or lower on the player stats, and if your pick hits, you can win up to 100 times your money. It's legal in Georgia, and it's a ton of fun to play as you can watch the Atlanta Hawks. Stop playing against the pros night in and night out with their hundreds of different lineups. It's just you against the stat. It's that easy. Underdog Fantasy is even easier to get started. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up and use the promo code LOS, and Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use on your first pick of entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code LOS, L-O-S, to get your first deposit of 10 or more matched, plus your special pick. Must be 18 and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They are locally owned and operated. You can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
Is the tax deadline causing you anxiety? Searching for elusive 1099s and trying to uncover any exemptions? If so, you're not alone. Every year, Georgians find themselves looking backwards to file with the IRS, reporting tax history. But what if you were to flip the script? Not just report your taxes, but actually planning for them. We're Master Plan Retirement Consultants. We're local, with offices in Marietta. We work with folks just like you to create a personalized, tax-efficient strategy designed to last a lifetime, a crucial piece to the holistic retirement plan. Do you have a retirement roadmap? You should. It's never too late. Visit masterplanretire.com. Don't wait any longer. Visit masterplanretire.com.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your system running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. So turn to Atlanta's Carrier experts for your system's maintenance at 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. With Central, you get Carrier products, Carrier warranty, and Carrier peace of mind. Plus, you know what's going to be here before you know it? The heat. It's allergy season, and Central Heating and Air can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Central Heating and Air is one of the few second-generation, locally owned and operated HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com. That's centralheat.com.
Stop dreaming. Start driving. Get the gift that keeps on giving with the RBM of Atlanta's certified pre-owned sales event. Each of our certified pre-owned vehicles undergoes an exhaustive process of analysis, inspection, and reconditioning until it meets the uncompromising standards of RBM of Atlanta and Mercedes-Benz. For a limited time, get special financing from as low as 2.99% APR. In addition, you'll receive unlimited confidence with Mercedes-Benz's unlimited mileage warranty, delivering continued assurance for up to 7 years. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Not all offers apply to all vehicles, and special financing available to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Services through April 1st, 2024. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call 770-390-0700 for details.
Hey, it's your old pal Neil Bortz. I'm back on Atlanta's only conservative news talk station, Extra 106.3. Okay, here's more of the Morning Extra.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. You're in the bonus hour. We wrap up about 10 o'clock. Glad that you're here with us for the last part of the show because there's still so much valuable content that you will be able to use in your fight against the craziness that happens in your home, that happens at the workplace, it happens as you watch the news and on social media. Being able to combat some of just the nonsense out there is our goal every day. Something that we want to do. Am I wrong about that?
No, it's just funny, the nonsense. Like, here, I was just thinking, I wish we could, like, just give you, like, okay, here's your response to any idiot liberal that says this.
Just have canned responses.
Yeah.
Just lay it out. Right. Here's what you say. Dude, I love it. I think it's funny. because I would have to use it.
I support Palestine.
With my
you support
Aunt Patty.
terrorists.
That's right.
Yeah.
We'd be talking to people like that.
One of these days, I hope that you take something that is said on this show and you create your very own liberal pretzel.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah. You just use their own logic against them, and they just sit there going, what? It's fun. You'll be like, it's fun.
Yeah. Dude, it is so funny to see people pretzeled up like that.
There's more than one gender. Then why does Amazon only sell men and women's shirts in a shirt that says there's more than one gender?
That's right. Try to figure that one out. Go ahead. Try. We don't care. I want to tell you about this guy down in Florida. He was on a motorcycle. He had this great mullet. And his license plate said, "Will run." And then he fled from police. Multi-city chase, hitting speeds of
impressive. Let him know beforehand.
That's right. Hitting speeds of 145 miles an hour. Here's the end of the chase when police called up with Ashton Jarvis and arrested him.
Somebody just tried to step out with him. He stopped at 2nd and Oak. 2 units making contact, one at gunpoint.
Oh man, was that fun? No, not really. You see the tag? No, what's it say? I like to run. Oh yeah. Good job, man.
Good job, man.
Way to live up.
Put "I robbed the store" on the back of your car too next time, dum-dum.
But no surprise that he did exactly what his license plate said he would do. But that's the thing. Liberals do that too, right? They tell you what they're going to do. Yeah. This is not like a revelation of any type. We know what liberals are going to do. We know what they're going to say. And it always backfires, just like it did with this guy, because he got caught in the end.
Yeah, they say, they're a threat to democracy. Like us.
Yeah.
We're not allowed. You're not allowed to speak. Well, we're not going to take away your rights, but you just did.
Yeah. But Ketanji Brown Jackson, she would, if he has it her way, First Amendment, just not going to have quite as much freedom in it as maybe it used to if she had her way. Hopefully that won't be the way it all comes down. But shoot, it looks like it's trending that direction.
It's going to come down that way.
Yeah, I know it's trending that direction for sure. But and like if you were going to put something on your license plate, and this is kind of random, but this guy put "will run." Like, what is your guilty license plate going to say?
Ooh, my guilty one?
Yeah. I would put lazy on mine.
Just lazy.
I never thought about this ever in my entire life.
Nor have I, because I've never even considered getting a customized license plate. Yeah. You know how you can put whatever you want on there? Like in Virginia, when I was stationed up in Virginia in the Navy, you have to have license plates. Virginia has front and back license plates. I think New York does too.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times those people go out of their way to come up with clever things to put on their license because they can't have like their favorite team on the front. You know, they have to have a license on both ends.
Mine would say like fast food restaurant again, fatty.
That's really long, but I mean, because
I'd abbreviate it.
Yeah, you'd have to. You'd have to. Mine would just be lazy.
That'd be a good one.
And happy.
Yeah.
Lazy and happy.
Drunk.
Yeah.
How many letters do I get?
7, I believe.
Yeah.
Do you have something? Do you find something?
7 letters.
I kind of want to do that.
Captain Tofu.
Captain Tofu.
Well, maybe.
I like that.
How many letters is it? 8?
Well,
just take the T off. Cap. Like people in the Navy, they'd be like, "What's up, Cap?"
So I can give myself a rank.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, if I got 7
Captain Tofu.
That's exactly right.
Whiskey.
Yeah.
That's what I put. Whiskey.
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to think how to
I was going to go, I'm drunk, but then I'd be like that guy driving around.
That would be the worst one to get, though.
Yeah,
you would
whiskey.
be like, every time a police officer saw you drove by and it said drunk on the back of the
so
license.
funny, though.
They'd be like,
Tugs would just say that.
Probably just going to have to investigate this stuff. Hang on, what to say? Stripper, STRIPPR. Dude,
I like the snow.
Yeah, people would tell me, they would pay me to put my clothes back on.
They'd be like, oh.
It'd be like a reverse stripper.
It'd be one of those where you'd pull up to kind of get a look at what's in the car, and you'd be like, oh, there's a Tug.
There's Tug with
Why
B.
is he driving a car that says stripper?
Put your clothes back on.
Stripper. Or B sugar.
Yeah, B sugar.
What's the B stand for? Booger sugar. We can't spell out booger.
Or just BGR.
Yeah.
BGR's SGR.
There you go.
I can figure it out.
BGR, SGR.
There you go. That was like the match game. You pulled it up right when he was still spelling it.
I was doing the math on it. I was like, yep, that'll work.
That'll work. We can get it in there.
Approved.
Nice work. Just not bad for something that just got.
Let's see if I can order you an NFL custom jersey. See if they'll let me put that on there.
Yeah, something tells me they've already thought this through, and the answer is no.
Yeah.
They've already like, people have tried this. No.
Oh.
But we'll give it a roar anyway, and while Los does that on a custom Falcons jersey there at the team store.
When I get my when I get my America First license plate that hopefully will pass both chambers in the next week or two, what could I put for like white supremacist just to like really white power? WHT PWR.
Yeah, WHT.
Just really make people mad.
PWR. Yeah, I think that would be it for your. And you'd be like, no, that's the name of my truck.
That's the name of my truck. He's a powerful truck. He's a hybrid.
Hunter Biden saw what the Democrats were able to do with the January 6th committee, and now, Rhino, he wants his own primetime special, and Lord knows he deserves one.
He begged for one. He said he didn't want to sit in a closed-door deposition. But, if we do this in public, then yes, I'm all in. So then they go, okay, cool. And we'll make it a prime time event. Whoa. We will have it out there for everyone to see, and then you could speak to the country. But now he says, nah, not showing up, not going to do it, not going to be there. This is a witch hunt, blah, blah, blah. Wow, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? This man is guilty of a lot of things, and his lawyers are doing whatever they can to protect him from having to respond really to a private deposition. And there are more depositions that have come out now, especially from some of his friends and lawyers that say, yeah, well, Joe Biden did use these fake email accounts. Yes, we talked about business through these fake email accounts when he was vice president. It's getting deeper and deeper. And even though that this hasn't been in, obviously the news anywhere, because even Fox News really isn't covering it as much besides stories on their website, it's kind of going away. There's still so much meat left on this bone.
Yeah, and it's irritating to me because anybody with any sort of instinct whatsoever, you see what he's done and what he's all about and what Biden's all about, and everybody knows. Everybody knows. And I don't know if that's a feeling that would even bother him at all because he's a narcissist and probably enjoys the fact that people are thinking about him all the time. But that's the thing is that I know in my gut that he and Joe Biden are guilty. Yeah. I just know it. It doesn't take a primetime show. It doesn't take him testifying in front of a closed-door meeting. I know what my gut tells me, and my gut's rarely wrong.
You want something that's going to make you feel good in your gut?
Yeah.
This would be a lot more aggressive. As Rhino points out, meat on the bone. It's there. We would see a lot more of aggression towards it if Joe Biden was leading in the polls. This has now been largely the damage has been done to this man.
Yeah.
He's old, he's doddering, he's got dementia, he's got all these issues. His own Justice Department has a special counsel that said he's too old to prosecute. He's too done to prosecute. If there was more meat on this bone and he was leading in the polls, we'd see a lot more of it. They look at him, he's dead in the water. Let's not give them anything that he can campaign off of.
That's not good enough for me, though, to be honest, right?
I agree. When he loses?
Yeah, but because he has no immunity.
Because guess what? Once he loses, then we're going to have to play the game of don't do what you did with Hillary, where you let it off. You said, we'll just move on. No. Put Hunter underneath the prison.
As he should be.
Oh, well, this is where, again, I want the Democrats to fall into their Wile E. Coyote trap of setting a trap and then falling in their own trap. When they go after this no more presidential immunity, I want, when Joe Biden loses, both Hunter and Joe to maybe be in cells right next to each other. Because they will no longer have any kind of immunity, and neither will President Biden, because we know the first thing that's going to happen. If he does happen to win, for some weird reason that they continue to find a way to cheat good enough to make him win this election again, the first thing he's going to do, and well, let's be honest, even before then, he's going to pardon Hunter before this is all over.
No, that's right.
So they are going to, fall into the trap that before he leaves office, he's going to pardon his son no matter what he said about whether, no, I would never do that. It'll be the first pardon he gives to his son and stop all of this. So hopefully they can get enough information to stop that.
Do you think Morning Joe Scarborough, will be sitting on MSNBC going, this is complete bull
This is
ass.
A bloodbath.
This is complete BS, him pardoning his son like that? Or is he going to be like, oh, I'm going to have to go out there and defend this? I mean, he will because he has no scruples. He has no principles.
Well, here's what he's going to say. They never had evidence. They never had any of this. Of course he had a part in his son from this MAGA extremist rule of law. This is what they're going to do. This is what Donald Trump says when he says bloodbath. This is what he means. He's going to go after his political opponents and try to lock them up. That's what Joe Scarborough will do. That's the game they continue to play.
That's what will happen. He will be on there defending, and 96% of the mainstream media that identifies as Democrats will be doing the exact same thing. And I don't care because I don't watch them anyway. And the right thing happening is more important to me than what they say on a stupid cable news show that nobody freaking watches anyway.
I mean, isn't it funny that he got blue-pilled? Like, he was not conservative in any way, probably more establishment Republican than anything else, and then now went this far. That just kind of shows you that, he gets paid for these points. He doesn't really, but he can't possibly believe half the lies he says because he did get blue-pilled at this point.
The one I always go back to was watching person on Fox do their thing, and then once the dollars were from somebody else, it was somebody else. It was Essie Cupp.
Oh, yeah.
Like a decade ago when she was always on Fox late night, and here's the sort of stuff she's pointing out, and then CNN comes calling, and it's, well, here's the next contract. Well, suddenly the politics changed.
Sure.
It's a game.
It's a game.
The Character News Network, we nailed it early this morning.
Yep.
When Lowe said Don Lemon is a character. He's playing a character, and his example was spot on. And that was with old boy that's now over at News Nation, Chris Cuomo,
Yeah,
which is exactly right.
Moron at CNN, and then suddenly you go, why is he suddenly making more sense now? Oh,
the payday is different.
Character.
It's exactly right. The old Character News Network. It used to be the Communist News Network. It used to be the Clinton News Network. Now we can add Character News Network because everything they do is bought and paid for. Nobody over there has principles. Nobody over there on the air will say what they really think. They're saying what they're paid to say.
I know we only have about a minute left or so in the segment. So I found your jersey.
All right.
Oh, my. Lowe's.
See?
Yeah.
Oh, look at there.
BUGRSUGR. I love this.
I'm surprised that they allowed that.
Well, I think I managed to make it past the little screening thing.
They're thinking it's a burger.
So, So
Burger Sugar.
It'd be a Falcons jersey with booger sugar on it.
Dude, that is unbelievable.
Could you imagine if you actually wore that? People would be like, oh.
Let me say, that black and red jersey is amazing. I love that jersey.
I like that one better than it's not even the home jersey, but the all white.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool, but I really like it when they go with the black on top with the white pants. But still.
Red helmet, though, is the way to go. If I'm
I agree.
Red helmet's a must.
Falcons jersey with booger sugar on it.
Leave it to front office Lowe's to figure it out, man.
It's only $160.
I know.
You would get followed around Mercedes-Benz like crazy from people. And you'd be like, why is everybody following me? They're like, we're going to the bathroom with you, bro.
I'd be like, dude, get away from me. My friend brought me this shirt. I thought it was hamburger sugar.
Does it say hamburger on the back?
That's what I thought. That's what they told me. That's what they said that means.
They said it was Booger Shack. I don't know. I'm from Dalton. I can't read none.
Yeah, don't you know? I have to spell it out actually so I can read it. These are like make-believe words that they use on Insta Twitter. You know?
You just made me laugh about something I read last night about how Biden picked his bracket. He picked North Carolina, Purdue, Beirut, and Hamburglar. I was like, pretty funny.
That is absolutely, dude. There's some great... People are clever, man. People are so funny and so clever when you give them the ability to be, and Twitter gives them the ability to be. We'll wrap up the show next on Extra 106.3. A children's furniture company wants you to raise your child genderless. It's the best way, they say, so why wouldn't we listen? Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
Good morning, Atlanta. Let's talk about Howard Brothers. If you're familiar with Howard Brothers, you know what makes Howard Brothers so special. It's the people. and that they have everything for your yard and for your home. The pros already know all this sort of stuff. Well, so do homeowners as well who have been going to Howard Brothers for years. Let's just run down the list. Okay, I always pick up all of my grills from there. I bought 3 from Howard Brothers. When it comes to lawn equipment, yeah, we've done the lawnmower there. But what else do they have? It ain't just lawnmowers. It's string trimmers, it's edgers, chainsaws, chippers, shredders, hedge trimmers, flower bed mini tillers, large garden tillers, handheld and backpack blowers. They got both of those. Reel mowers, rotary mowers, sprayers, pressure washers, whole augers, compact tractors. We can go on. We can go on all day with this stuff. The list, it's just there, and it's premium brands is what we're talking about. You're not going to get something that you're not going to be able to look at and say that is not a quality piece of equipment. No, Howard Brothers gives you quality equipment, and they show you how to maintain it as well. With stores in Alpharetta, Athens, Dallas, Dorville, Duluth, Lula, and Oakwood, why go anywhere else? Howard Brothers has everything for your yard.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
Buying a new car is about way more than just a car. You want to love it and everything that comes with it. And at Subaru of Gwinnett, we get that. You want to love the website. Easy to browse, easy to shop, and an unrivaled selection so you can find the model that suits you. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, Crosstrek, or Ascent, all offering impressive gas mileage, standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and the tools to explore the things you love. You want to love the people. And know that every time you stop by the dealership on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, they'll be there for you, ready to help in any way possible. And you want to love the service. We'll check that box for you also, because during the spring sales event, there's a lot to love. So stop in during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, and you'll find just that, a lot to love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and find the ride that best suits you, because love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, and online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Hey there, it's Janelle King, host of The Janelle King Show, right here on Extra 106.3 FM, where we are unafraid and unapologetic. We explore the topics that matter the most. You can catch us on Saturdays at 4 p.m. and encore episode on Sundays at 9 a.m. And catch up on past episodes by going to the podcast park right here at Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast every single Tuesday. Until then, stay unafraid, stay unapologetic, and never stop seeking the truth.
Hey sandwich lovers, today is your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacey and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
What are your plans for your business this year? Hey, it's Tug. Do you want to expand and grow? Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you got a new person to deal with? You have to start all over again? You don't have that with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they want to know you. Unlike big banks, they want to partner with you. The Frost family knows the patterns. They know the ebbs and flows. They know business. Get to know them at FirstLibertyGA.com. Building a building, buying a franchise, expanding. Reach out to them. Spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. You do that at FirstLibertyGA.com. And by the way, if you're a young banker and want to work with a team that is faith-friendly and has a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to them today. First Liberty Building and Loan. FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
Election coverage is more than polls and numbers. It's about what matters in your life and your community. And Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station cares about your community, your voice, and most importantly, your vote. So keep it all here for the latest and download the Extra 106.3 app and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Our very own Rhino turns 50, the big 5-0 this year. We got to do something special, man. We got to throw a big birthday bash. Got to do something to celebrate 50 years.
That'd be fun.
Man.
Me and Neil?
Yeah.
He's going to be 89, 90? What did he say?
80, I thought. I said 79.
79.
He's going to be 70. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Kimmer's 90, so.
Well, but Yeah.
We haven't given Kimmer a hard time lately, which is nice.
Well,
He's
say
been really
something
comical.
ugly real quick.
I don't want to. I love the man.
Well, no, you can love
I would
him.
never say anything ugly about him.
What are
I'm
talking
not
about?
you.
You say his things ugly all the time, baby.
Why are you winking?
Well, I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of a
me?
sudden, yes, why?
It's weird. We hit like commercial break, and then suddenly Tug just tears into like half the staff.
Yeah. and
That's
then he
right.
acts like I'm the problem.
No, you are the problem. You're the one that leads me into this.
That person can't even talk about sports. I heard their show. I'm like, wow, just mean.
Man, it sucks.
I mean, you're not wrong, but you don't say it out loud.
No, you got to keep it quiet. You're exactly
Yeah.
right. Other things turning 50 other than our very own Rhino this year. Post-it notes.
Ooh.
50 years old. We're born in 1974.
I love those.
3M?
3M, that's
3M.
right. Yeah, man.
And
Jeez.
the creator, I'm trying to remember the name and what they made off it, but yeah, Post-it
It
notes.
was a boatload. I don't know that, but I just know it is freaking was a money maker for those folks. The Rubik's Cube.
Wow.
Turns 50.
These are cool things.
Barcodes turn 50.
Ooh.
Bailey's Irish Cream.
Oh, yeah,
which we can
let's
have at
go.
your party. The Heimlich Maneuver. Dungeons and Dragons. Connect 4. Skittles.
Ooh, I love
Turn
Skittles.
50 this year.
You know what's great? Go to Troop Rep, get a Harvest Right freeze dryer. Freeze dry Skittles. Greatest snack you'll ever have.
Yeah, I've never had, but I don't know about Skittles because I've never tried frozen Skittles, but I have a frozen Snicker bar.
Ooh.
Holy Lord, those are good.
No,
Those
freeze
things
dry
are
those Skittles. They pop
unbelievable.
up and they're like little. Oh man, they're amazing.
Fantastic. Dayquil
Ooh.
turns 50 today, and meow 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 meow. You know the jingle?
Yeah,
Meow Mix.
Friskies.
Yeah,
or no,
Meow Mix.
Meow Mix.
Yeah,
that's right.
Just going to let him stay at it for a while.
I know that was great.
I wasn't gonna sing the whole thing, but I
Well,
wanted
it'll be a
people to
promo
get-
soon. Don't worry.
Just waiting for you to talk about how you want chicken.
One of those.
You want liver.
One of those
like
quick-
from Austin Powers.
Yes.
That's right. That's so funny.
When one of those little 15-second spots that lead into Glenn Beck will just be meow 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 meow.
Oh, no. We got to loop that thing. That's going to be 30 seconds without a problem.
Okay.
Just 9.
You'll hear radios changing across.
Right. In case you missed it on the Morning X, meow 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 mew.
Now we can do a chorus.
Okay.
Lowe's, we need yours. We
Nope.
need your contribution.
I'm going to put this together.
Lowe's is like, I'm not doing this. It's crazy. Who wants to do this? It's nonsense. Y'all, there's a children's furniture company that has a new ad, and they want you to consider raising your children genderless.
My child likes nail polish and plays with dolls and sees colors without gender. He's creative and confident because we allow him to express himself without being confined by gender stereotypes. Children learn what constitutes as male and female behavior from those closest to them, and this can have a profound impact on their development. We have to be mindful and dedicated to challenge these social norms daily. Look around and you can see how harmful these boy-girl stereotypes are.
I mean, it
Why
gets
are
dumber
kids
from
so-
here.
This is dumb.
It just keeps going and
Listen,
gets dumber and
they're-
dumber. It's called Stoke Baby, Stokke Baby, Stoke Baby. And they claim that gender stereotypes and norms actually hurt your kid's development, which I would argue the other side that you are a fool if you believe that.
Yeah, I don't understand look, I'm all for, my son wanted a baby doll when he was a certain age. I gave it to
cares?
him,
Yeah.
let him get the
Who cares?
empathy, didn't care, but I don't need to go and search out genderless, this, that, the other. If he picks up a, toy gun and wants to play cops and robbers, then play cops and robbers. If he, wants to play with a Barbie doll and run around throwing a Barbie doll around, I don't care, but I'm not going to make any decision on his lifestyle
exactly
because of the toys that he picks up or whether or not he
dumb.
picks up any other toy that might not be considered masculine or feminine.
My sister is a mom of 2, and when she was, because she's 4 years younger than I, when I was big into He-Man and Skeletor, guess what she was into?
Yeah.
He-Man and Skeletor.
You should have added a penis to her.
I guess so. I mean, if you listen to these fools, then yes, that's exactly right. And Lowe's, you got girls that love playing sports. That doesn't mean they want to be boys.
No,
that just means they want to play sports.
We don't have room in this society for tomboys any longer.
Which is absurd.
Stupid.
Which was most of my friends when I was growing up. They were athletes, or we all played the same stuff and we all liked getting in the same sort of trouble. And then guess what? They all turned into young women who were into women things.
Yeah.
But just because they enjoyed shooting BB guns when we were all 8 years old didn't mean that they wanted a penis.
Shooting BB guns is fun, no matter who you are.
Yeah.
Shooting real guns is fun, no matter who you are.
Me and the boys did it the other day. We were just out shooting BB guns and knocking cans down.
So
fun.
Much fun.
And you know who was the best at it? Erin.
Yeah.
She was like, hey, I'll show you how to do this right. And she actually teaches the boys how to do it.
I'll tell you, my wife and I went shooting. This first time she had ever shot a gun in her entire life. Ever. And this was, I don't know, it's probably been 3 or 4 months ago now. I was raised shooting guns. I was in the military, went through gun training, got gun qual, the whole 9 yards. We went, and I hadn't shot, and it's been a while since I've been to a range. I bet it's been at least 10 years. So I was glad to get back out there. Mm-hmm. We start shooting at targets. Guess who mowed me down when it came to shooting? She was carving out the chest.
Yeah.
She was carving out the head. My shots were all over the target. Looked like if you would have asked somebody, hey, do you think this is the guy that was in the Navy or the girl that's never shot before?
We've been like, Navy dude.
That's exactly right. Nope, it was my wife. Like the guy that was helping teach her, because I was like, I want you to have good instruction because I've never taught anybody. I want you to have good instruction. The guy was like, dude, she's a natural.
Yeah.
This girl, he was like, it's so often that girls are able to shoot better than guys because they don't come in with some preconceived notion that they're supposed to be good at something. They just want to learn, and they listen and do what they're told when they're instructed.
Yeah, it is very different to watch someone who really is calm and cares. And you're like, I love watching Erin shoot. I love watching the way she places her hands. I love how calm she is and how accurate she is. And I'm like, man, I don't want to ever go to a range with her. I'll look like
Seriously,
an idiot.
Man, it happens.
I think it's weird that your wife holds the gun sideways.
Yeah, that is cool. It's very gangsta, though.
She's seen it on movies.
And what does she yell? Get some?
Yeah, that's what, but she didn't yell that until after the first
turns
clip
into
was
Full
clear.
Metal Jacket, where she just starts yelling, "Get some!"
She actually fired a 50 cal from her hip. It was so cool,
crazy, like freaking, a military man or something.
I just remember, hearing her yell, "Get some," and that's where I knew I was like, I don't want to mess with her.
Back off.
Yeah,
and I love that Tug cries when she shoots, and he starts crying a little in the
Tears
background.
of joy.
He just gets a little sad tear.
Yeah.
He's so happy.
Yeah. Tears of joy, and then fear.
A little fear.
Because if I'm afraid if I mess up, she's gonna point that thing at me.
You're like, slowly bringing out the garbage can, and you just feel like a red dot on your back.
Yeah, he starts warming up. It's like, is she
Like,
pointing
what is that?
a sight to my back because I'm not moving these garbage cans quick enough?
Yeah.
And I speed up a little bit.
That's right.
It works.
Get you right in the buttocks.
It works.
That's how she rules the roost.
That's exactly right. Like Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
And he was like, it shot me right in the butt.
I just like the idea that your wife is always carrying it home.
Yeah, right. And
Just
I'm like,
sits on her hip. Just you never know.
You never know when somebody's going to kick in the door. Babe, why do you have that 9mm out of the dinner table?
I like the idea that your wife
just puts it on the table.
She puts it on the table. Just got to let you know.
Dare you to say that the steak is overcooked.
How was your day?
Dare you.
Why do you have the 9 on the table?
Because I want to know how your day was.
Yeah.
And you will respond accordingly. So good.
Sit on the couch, and she just comes over to the coffee table like, did you take out the garbage?
Yes, hon. Yes, I did.
I can't wait. Be a little bit closer to the holidays where you're going to get home and your wife's going to be sitting in a bathrobe with a half bottle of Jack Daniels and the pistol on the table. And she's just sitting there just like, did you do all the shopping?
Yes, I did,
Did you take care of everything?
Yes, I did, love. Put that away. Put that away. No need to get feisty. No need to point that at me. That'll do it for us. This is the Morning Xtra.
You talking about me again?
No, would never even consider doing that. Glad that you're here. Continue listening for great conservative content like the Glenn Beck program that starts at 10, Clay Travis and Buck Sexton at noon, and then the local afternoon show with the Kimmer from 3 until 6 for Rhino, for Los, and Board Up, Joe Virgin River. My name is Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
The Kimmer Show is only live on Xtra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home. And don't put anything past Wall Street to tank the economy to get who they want elected.
And also, in fact,
They did it before, 2008, 2009. They killed the economy and got Obama elected.
Well, in fact.
And what did he do when he got in there? He hired everybody from Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
In his administration.
Yep.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.